hello, welcome. Musical intro. Let's go.
Boom, boom. Make the 808 go 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 boom. Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom. Boom.
Make the 808 go boom. Make the 808 go boom, 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 boom. Make the 808 go boom. 808 go
boom. Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom.
808 go boom. 808 go boom. Make the 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 808 go. Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom.
Make the 808 go boom. Make the 808 go. Make the 808 go boom. 808 go boom. 808 go boom. Make the 808 go. Make the 808 go boom. Make the 808 go.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Happy 808 day, everyone! Happy 808, one of the most iconic pieces of gear in the history of music production, gave rise to the proliferation of hip-hop. It's used in pop, an integral part of the electronic music scene, and it's an iconic piece of gear. Love that. And in honor, make the 808 go boom. That's just it. Welcome, welcome. You saw Kat already. I am Max. That is Isa. How are you doing? Oops.
Hey y'all, how you doing? Good to see you, Max. Pleasure. Ready for some Witsit?
Ready for some...
I watched the whole video.
Oh, it's rough. It is rough.
It's rough.
But yes, I think it's very apropos of some of the stuff that we've discussed in the past. So, yeah, I think it's important to. I'm having a little feedback from you, I think. But yes, pretty horrific stuff. But we're going to finish up with this because I think it's important to showcase how some people conduct themselves, especially in this case. Hello, everyone. If you're there, we love you. We have Big Fish. We have Icy Speed, Eric E. Master of Flat Earth, Binge Thinker, CJ Lamro, Shifty Aragorn. CJ became a member. Thank you so much, CJ. Just a little heads up. If you can spare a buck or two, we're sharing here Isa's and Mariam's GoFundMe. If you can lend a hand, that would be awesome. And I'm going to pin that to the top of the side chat. And we'll get started. How are you getting by, Isa? You're back home, right?
I have wonderful friends, family, companions. They've been helping me make it through. It's been amazing. The hospital journey's been a nightmare. I'm going to be transparent about that. It's been a nightmare. I think there might be a lawsuit, but I don't really want to go to that. But
Mm-hmm.
hopefully we'll find better solutions. But I've had a really rough time with the hospital.
Oh,
Like no idea with physical therapy, OT, nothing. They gave me a knee brace 2 weeks in. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
wow.
Yeah.
That I don't. Someone said that you maybe have a lawsuit also on
Do you want
the
that?
with the car. But I thought I was thinking like I don't see Isa as a litigious person, but I mean if it is what you have to do, well, I guess there's no no other route. But glad to see you with us back home, right? You're back home already, correct?
Yes, yes, I am back home. I'm on bed. I'm on the bed now, as you can see.
That is awesome. The Drunk Debunk Show also became a member. Thank you so much, Mike.
You know what's
Ouch.
cool about that, about what they're saying?
Shifty.
You could
Thank
see
you so
about the
much.
journey. You'll get to see pictures and the journey. It's pretty cool. It's an interesting
Let
kind of
me
thing if
just
you want to
say,
see that.
yeah, we can share that. Let me just say that the picture of your mom, she has such a lovely smile.
Yeah,
She has,
my mom does have a great smile. Are you gonna show it?
yes,
Cool.
we're going to show it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why not? Um, so well, here's the GoFundMe and updates. We're happy to share that after an 8-hour drive to North Carolina, we were able to bring Isa and Miriam back home to our area. They're both in great spirits and happy to be closer to home. Isa is now home, getting around with a walker. He can't put weight on one foot yet, so he's hopping for now, but should be able to start bearing weight in the next week or two. Miriam was happy to leave the medical hospital and was warmly greeted by Preeti, whose kindness and positivity lifted her spirits right away. Once we arrived her new room at Fair Acres in Media, she was welcomed by Juliana, a nurse who began singing as she helped settle Miriam in. A joyful, much needed moment after such a long journey. Having them back nearby feels like such a big step towards their recovery. Your generosity has been such an important part of making this possible. And we are deeply grateful. Once Miriam is home, we'll start the meal train. But in the meantime, feel free to reach out to Isa in case he needs something. And this is the one I was told. She's I love her. I want to hug her.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. She appreciates hugs.
Yes. Isa, like a boss. And yeah, love her. Love
That's
I
Gar. That's he came and brought us back from North Carolina.
that
He's a
is
really
so
cool
cool.
guy. Very nice man.
There. Anymore? Yep. There we go.
There she is. Yeah, I think that's her arriving.
Uh-huh. Oh, she has two boots, right? Because did she break both her legs?
No, she just broke one leg.
Oh, okay.
Like the ankle got broken, so that's it. My leg actually got broken. Her ankle got broken.
Oh, okay. Perfect. All righty.
There's our friend Witsit, Austin Witsit.
There is our friend,
Sent a
Mr.
picture of me. I took a picture with him.
Yeah. Oh, this is so bad. All right, before we get into it, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. This is right where I left off last time, and we will see. I just gotta say that I love his blouse. He looks really, really pretty. You notice that it's a transparent blouse. It's a kind of a net thing. It's wild. It's wild. I think Witsit is going down the metrosexual route. Calder V says, "Hello, Isa. Good to hear you and your mom are doing well." Alrighty, let's dive right in.
Great grandfather was born in Germany. They immigrate over here, and then his son, so my grandfather, my dad's dad, biological father, who died when he was like 3 years old, when my dad was like 3, he was later drafted to go fight in the war in World War II against the Germans.
Oh, he's sad his granddad had to fight the Nazis because he is a Nazi. Oh, isn't that sweet?
How crazy is that, bro? My great-grandfather was born in Germany, and then his son was drafted in World War II to go fight Germans and kill them.
I mean, not Germans, specifically the Nazis, buddy. You're minimizing because you're such a horrible person. You said World War II was a lie because you're freaking horrible. So yeah, it wasn't the German. Yes.
What's interesting is, yes, Germans did lose their lives, and it's horrible. Like, we don't want the Germans to lose their lives, you know. And the importance is, you know, it was a terrible war, and it's just like that. Just we have to understand all of those elements, you know. And I think that it's interesting how that's framed to say that it's just to go, you know, it was Japanese, it was a lot of different other folks, you know. So.
Mm-hmm. And it's not that the Americans were saints. I mean, the Japanese internment camps in the US are a pretty appalling thing. So I'm not just like we usually say, we have to acknowledge our flaws. And yes, it was great that the US intervened in the Second World War, but some of the stuff that the US did was not so savory, like the Japanese internment camps. So yeah, I mean, we dish it out to everyone in equal measure. Let me read a couple of messages. Nikki Lauder says, I'm just glad he didn't wear the blouse while speaking to underage girls on Omegle. I agree. Mike and I from the Drunk Debunk Show were planning a co-stream where we're going to go through that video, and we'll probably do half and half over at the Drunk Debunk Show and half here. So we'll get working on that. And Eric Burns says, Witsit stop blouse. Looks like something out of a weird 80s porno. And that is a great characterization. Sunday. Yes, Sunday. We'll talk after we're done. But yeah, Sunday, lovely, because no one streams Sunday. It's awesome. Okay, Mike, let's continue on a little bit.
Crazy, man. For what? For what? Obviously,
for the genocide of the Jews and the attempt at imperialistic expansion of the German Empire through all of Europe. What do you mean, for what? Are you kidding me? It makes me so angry. So angry. Because then he will go like, oh, you atheists are atheists because you don't want any kind of moral accountability. You just want to sin and don't listen to God. And meanwhile, he's just here denying the Holocaust and also spitting on his wife. Just to throw it out there.
That lie is such a rabbit hole. We were lied to about almost every aspect of World War II.
This film or this TV show says, oh, he was just an internationalist. No, he was a commie. He says he was a pacifist, but he wanted war with Germany. He actually wanted to genocide Germans. There was a quote where he said, the Germans can be killed or constrained after the war, but they cannot be re-educated to a democratic way of thinking and acting. It is hoped that by war's end, they will largely have been killed off. Albert Einstein said this. At Lincoln University, California, Einstein gave a speech in which he called racism a disease of white people and added, I do not intend to be quiet about it. But he was vehemently.
It's funny because people swear up and down, oh, they're white. Is the volume loud enough?
What is he even saying? And yes, mostly the whites have oppressed every other ethnicity ever. So, I mean, it's... And when someone is experiencing such a traumatic genocide of their people, I think we can make a little excuse about them just being super angry and saying, oh, yeah, we are getting exterminated, we should exterminate the Germans. It's not ideal, but I understand it. This is just wild.
I think that's as loud as I can make it.
Mike says any video with that music in the background is instantly invalidated.
I find this to be really strange. I watched this video and I was like, where's the citations for any of these claims? You said that Albert Einstein said these things. Okay, where's the evidence for it? Show me where he said that. It's just like all they're doing is they're putting pictures with like, you know, early 2000s script, you know what I mean? Like internet script, like an early website script. I'm like, this is not compelling because we have no proof of this. You're making a claim, you need to provide evidence.
I mean,
you need to at least give us a Mickelson-Morley article, right?
Kind of a thing, yeah, of course. But it's Witsit, so of course his research is just watching some other derpling liar on YouTube.
Like, am I way louder than it, maybe? We'll do another stream about Einstein and fully break that down. We will never hear about it again. That's pretty funny. I mean, touche, fair enough. Thank you, Twitwit.
Shifty asks, should I watch Space Audits or Yerba Mate Talks? That's not even a question. What are you doing? No, you can watch whatever you want, buddy.
I am going to do a stream exposing Einstein. It's on my list. All right, bro. Respect the list. The truth is that it's just, look, I don't want to get too on a tangent here, but there is stuff going on. Okay. And I am looking at a very bigger picture scenario, and I am handling things very tactically, trying to be very wise and very patient, and I'm making my decisions accordingly. Okay. So I will say I am, at this point, it's just like, now we're good. It just took a long time. It's funny. I'm actually, the lease of this place is up in a month. So this lease ends this month. So anyway, so my point is, like, you know,
so
new beginning, gonna have to reset this up. If I move out of this house and reset the stream setup somewhere else, and so I'm just whatever. But I will stream a lot. The point is that when I start streaming, you know, 5-6 days a week, then I'll just start popping off these topics. Einstein's one of them, but I won't do that one for a while if we're covering this right now. And anyway,
anti-nationalist and anti-white, but very, very pro-Jewish. In fact, he was offered a presidency of Israel. He politely declined the offer by saying,
how presidencies don't get offered like that. What the hell are they talking about? Like, seriously.
Well, and also there's a key of the anti-nationalist and anti-white. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Anti-nationalist, anti-white. Did he care about white? Look, so I'm going to tell you something. My family's Jewish, my mom's family. They didn't care about any of this stuff. So, I mean, I'm sorry, this is like people who have inferiority complex stuff.
Yes.
You know what I mean? A lot of these people, like, you were just German. They didn't care about whiteness. This is a very American thing. So this is an American woman talking about whiteness. I doubt European people were super obsessed. I don't think other places are nearly as obsessed as Americans are with whiteness. Like, we just care about it so much, and it's so silly, you know?
Specs tell me they did offer Einstein the opportunity to be president of Israel. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Wait. West Side Girl React says 100% he's going to start squatting soft sit style.
I'm deeply moved by the offer from our state of Israel and at once saddened and ashamed that I cannot accept. He was a hardcore Zionist, but opposed nationalism at every turn for Europeans. In fact, he wanted to crush it. So what did he give us anyway? everything is relative, moral relativism. Nothing is certain, no such thing as an absolute. Anything goes. What is truth anyway? There's no meaning except.
Oh, okay. Someone, for the person that was asking where this video is, Lana Loktef. Might do a deep dive into that lady, see what else she's packing. Shifty is about to be 11 months sober. Yes.
Congratulations.
But you got this. You got this.
Felicitación.
Yes. Love that, Shifty. Keep it up.
Yeah, we love sober. This is such. Eminem was 17 years sober too. It's really great.
Yes.
It's very hard. It's a hard journey, and it's amazing. So we love it.
It's amazing, and we're here to support it. If you're ever, flaking and you need to talk, send a message. You got this. You got this. Keep on.
Relativism, of course, right? So only his view of the universe is the right one that we're all choking to death on, right? The many physicists disagree with his theories because that's all they are, is theories.
Oh, look at the little derby. That's all they are, theories. Oh, tell me you're completely uneducated without saying it. Tell me, little, what was her name? Lana. Tell me you know nothing about, and also, why don't you bring some of those physicists that disagree with Einstein? Because in my experience, I've never seen one.
Well, how has he even gotten this big in the first place? Well, it's a fact.
First of all, they're not even just I mean, I guess you can call anything a theory. They're not scientific theories. They're not actually built upon empirical.
Witsit. This again. They're not built on empirical stuff. I gave you 8 scientific papers, all verifying relativity with applications in the real world. You're just a filthy fucking liar.
And I always thought Einstein is just a nice guy. I'd never heard any of these horrible things about him. You know what I mean? That's not a public thing. I'm not saying he was perfect, but I think he was a pretty decent dude overall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what he does. I am a little bit immune to that kind of nonsense. But yeah, I saw this from the get-go. Motorhead 1 says, worked on Fermilab accelerator. Pretty cool.
Verification. And they are paradoxical. They're not even theoretically viable.
They're not paradoxical. You're just a fucking moron.
So obviously you come up with a theory. It could be true. And then you can come up with theories that literally can't be true. The next step, once you come up with a theory that could be true, in theory, is you go verify it.
Let's see here. You've got to remember to add conspiracy before the word theorist with that idiot. Yes, I know. Eric Burns says, for those curious about Einstein's declining the Israel presidency, he cited his lack of political experience and qualifications for the role. Thank you, Eric.
Empirically. And of course, we won't get into the whole lecture of what science is, but apparently the average human doesn't know. The average person nowadays does not know what science is and does not
says the dropout.
What did he drop out of?
Of college. He claimed
he went to college?
He started college, and he claims to have a full ride scholarship for football, and then dropped out. How much of a loser do you have to be to get a full ride scholarship and then drop out? And then he said, people don't know science. You've never been in the inside of a lab, dude. Shut the fuck up. I've done more science in high school than Witsit has ever done.
Understand logic and reason. And these two facts alone will explain to you the state of affairs worldwide. They can tell you anything, bro. They just have to captivate your attention, which is typically, 30 to 60 seconds long nowadays. Definitely you're not going to sit down and read something. So anyway, my point is that it's not even I can debunk relativity in my sleep.
No, you can't. You fail. You fail because you're a failure. No, you can't. I gave you 8 papers. All verify relativity, and they're working to give us satellite quantum internet. You disgraceful liar.
Right on its face, it's inadmissible. It's a reification fallacy, also known as the concreteness fallacy.
What an idiot. Can we get some humbly bro emojis? Because this is just wild. He thinks he can invalidate anything he doesn't like with that's just a fallacy, bro.
See, which is when you attribute concreteness to a concept, which again, you can't do that. You can't act like a concept or an abstraction is a real, physical, tangible, actual thing. It's called a reification fallacy. That's what relativity is. It says that space and time bend and warp and have curvature, physical properties. They cannot do those things. They are just concepts. They're not real.
They're not just concepts. We already showed that how you don't understand what time even is. And
so I want to add one thing too, Max. Language is abstract. When we talk about phonemes and graphemes and talk about these types of things, that's abstract. Is it concrete? Is money concrete? We deal with abstract things, but that doesn't mean they're not real.
All the time. Human rights are abstract, and we agree on them, and we legislate. We put people in jail for breaking that concept. Yes, concepts are important, and love is a concept, but it also has a physical correlation of your endocrine system just launching chemical substances at you that give you the sensation of love. It's not so there is the concept and the correlation with reality, because we have to do these abstractions because with it, all words are made up. All words are made up. It's hilarious. This is just sad and funny.
Physical properties to conceptual abstractions, one of which is a privation. Again, space is the idea of emptiness. Where is space? Can you bottle it up for me? If you give me an empty...
What an idiot. What is space? What's in between my hands? Right? So, yeah, what is space? Space is the physical room that is between us and the moon, for example, or the solar system. Eric E. says, Witsit has proved that particles in nature follow straight Euclidean lines in space, or do they follow non-Euclidean paths? I don't really know. Motorhead 1 says, Feynman lectures on YouTube explains. Yes, I agree. But Witsit does something really funny, which is he uses one of Feynman's lecture, the one on atmospheric electricity, to say that is gravity, when Feynman himself has a gravity lecture. So, yeah, Witsit is the epitome of dishonesty.
You didn't give me anything, right? There's nothing in there. What is space? We describe things as being in space. Okay, we have length, width, breadth, volume. We just measure distances, also conceptual. And what are we measuring?
Right. Let's go with this. Distances are conceptual. Right. So I put on the GPS. It tells me that to go from here to the brand new KFC that they opened here in Uruguay. I'm so happy about that. It's about 5 kilometers. So I start walking 5 kilometers, and that abstract distance becomes an actual thing because I did move 5 kilometers from my house to the KFC. So, yeah, it started as a concept and then it became real, or was it always that there is a correlation between the concept and reality? Because that's how we function. How do people think that he's smart? I don't really know.
What's the idea of space? Would say, oh, it's a near perfect vacuum, but there's still a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. Okay, so you're saying that there's air in what you're calling a vacuum. Cool story.
I mean, yeah, there are components, but Witsit. Nebula. Is that the name? Yes, that is the name. You see that? What's it? Those are cosmic gas clouds that are just floating in space, congealed, kind of, because the gas has mass. And for example, look at that. That is so beautiful. The pillars of creation. Because scientists have a sense of humor.
Whatever. Okay. So if I pull the air out, what would be there? Just space. What is that? What is it? You know, what's in between the air molecules? We won't even get into that.
Nothing.
Won't even get into that.
Empty space.
I think that air itself is not what people.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Action replay.
Won't even get into that. I think that air itself is not what people think it is, right? You have a gradient of tenuity that are
What? Air is not what you think it is, guys. How can someone be this stupid?
it's basically substantive. You have a gradient of
Wait, hold on. I had an idea.
Won't even get into that. I think that air molecules. Won't even get into that. Won't even get into that. I think that air itself is not what people think it is, right? You have a gradient of tenuity that are it's basically substantive. You have a gradient of tenuity. And to quantify gas pressure, what do? Come up with the ideal gas law. It's idealized. That's why it's called that. And then we make everything little countable balls. That's what they do. They're obsessed with balls, bro. That's all it is.
Oh my God. What a stupid argument. They're obsessed with balls. What an idiot. What a dummy. No wonder you run away from me, you fucking piece of shit. Dude, I can't imagine what a debate with me and Witsit would be. I will probably just herniate my stomach from laughing so hard. Aldebaran says, ranch dressing, anyone? I prefer croutons with my Witsit word salad.
Is balls here, balls there, balls everywhere. Is the sphere like a pretty shape? Yes. Like, of course, that was the entire foundational motivation of the spherical Earth claim in the first place, according to the story that we're told. Right? If you go to the Greeks, they said the sphere was the perfect shape.
What? What? No. Wait, did you see that?
And I would actually say that the torus.
Dude, someone sent him $300. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow, no wonder no wonder he didn't stream again for 5 days. He's probably he probably went on a 5-day coke binge. Don't give that much money to Witsit. He's going to OD.
Is the perfect shape. You have the conjugate geometric expression within a torus field. It is perfect.
Oh my God, we're hitting peak levels of word salad.
You know, you have the conjugate geometric expression within a torus field. It is perfect. And it's the only true field. I'll put a lot of this in the book.
That's right. He thinks he's writing a book. Oh my god, I'm dying. I wouldn't mind betting he pays someone to send those swords to make others think bigger too. I don't know. I think he's broke as fuck. I mean, he has to pay alimony now. He has to pay child support. That saga, oh, I can't wait until that saga comes out. That will be great.
But it's the one true field, right? And it's basically autonomous, self-governing exchange of energy. And then you get into, well, what is energy? So I'm gonna get very distracted here. But so we'll put a pause on that.
Yeah. We don't care about your misunderstandings of physics today. We came here for your yatzee beliefs.
Point is that they just say everything is a little ball so they can count it. That's all they do, right? Subatomic particles. Well, do you actually see these subatomic particles? No. What's the electron? Charge carrying particle.
We do actually see subatomic particles, you doofus. You know, that's why we build particle accelerators, right? You know, that's why we build neutrino detectors, why we build LIGO, why we build every technology that we have is based on our understandings of science. Electron microscopes, you fucking doofus. And again, of course, let me remind you that your little everything is intrinsically electrostatics, bro, gets debunked when you say that atoms are not a thing. You're self-contradicting yourself as usual because you're a moron, just a stupid person. Your IQ is 80.
Particle of matter. First of all, what's a charge? How are you carrying a charge? What is it? What are you carrying? Okay. So first of all, what are you talking about?
So far in this video, he's doubted World War II, the existence of air, and now he's denying electricity. What a great way to live. Everything is fake and gay. That's his mantra. Funnily enough, our understanding of electrons and electricity is what is allowing you to stream right now, you fucking doofus.
And it's carrying it like Santa carries a bag? Like I carry my backpack? What do you mean it's carrying it? What does that mean? What is it? The electron. They've moved the goalpost 50 times, and now it is there but never really there. And if you try to go find out where it is, it won't be there, and you can only know it's in a general area, right? So it has a probability of being in this area. We call that a probability distribution. We have a density cloud, a probability distribution of a
yeah, all of that is correct. Because the quantum world is not as straightforward as we see. There's the uncertainty principle and a bunch of other stuff which you do not understand. Witsit. Motorhead. So this guy is an anti-Semite also. Yes.
density cloud. Like it's over here, I swear, bro. But if you try to go find it, you're not going to see it, right? It's like what? And it's a point particle. Quote unquote, a point particle, so it has no known size or shape, but it's a physical particle of matter that carries a charge. It's the stupidest. Okay.
Oh, personal incredulity is not an argument, you fuckface. Dan says particles don't exist. Humbly, bro. Eric E says electrons carry a charge simply means a property of the electron particle is that it has an indivisible electric charge. He should watch my photons video to learn something new. No, it's amazing because he says everything is fake, and in the meantime, there are labs using lasers to cool materials down to almost absolute zero. We're very, very close to actually reaching absolute zero. And Witsit will say, no, that's all fake, bro. That's all fake. It's a Jew conspiracy.
Why did they do that? Because they need to count it, bro. How are you going to count it? You realize that everything's an etheric modality.
Etheric modality. You know, the ether, that thing which is not science, which cannot be quantified or measured intrinsically, right? You mean that thing, the thing that you have no access to? It's that? Love it. Love it. Love that.
The ether itself is non-Cartesian, which means it can't be described with dimensionality. It's not dimensional, non-Cartesian. Then you have a real issue if you're a materialist and you want to quantify everything. So there's a benefit to counting things, right? It allows for replication, right, etc. But when you actually conflate the conception with reality, that's when you have a problem. Okay. Anyway, the point is that this is what they do with everything. And this actually stemmed off from that's what they do with air.
Oh my God. You're such an idiot. You're so dumb. You know that we can measure what gases are in the air, right? Witsit, what happens if you light a candle and then put a glass over it? Oh, does it run out of oxygen and then the flame stops? Yes.
But even setting that aside, setting the gas aside, right? It's like, okay, here's a near perfect vacuum because there's no such thing as a vacuum, and nature abhors a vacuum, and vacuum is merely conceptual, but we're going to call this a vacuum chamber. So it's a chamber and it has just a really, really low gas pressure. And so people claim that it's little gas particles bouncing around. Okay, whatever. We measure gas pressure as the pressure, the force exerted or pressed on the walls of a container.
On the walls of a container or on the walls of the measuring device. I mean, you know that you can measure gas pressure out in the open with your fucking phone.
With a set finite volume.
That is correct. That is the only naturally occurring perfect vacuum that exists. Witsit, we vacuum seal light bulbs, and we vacuum seal steaks so that they preserve and they don't go bad. And he's such an idiot. Dude, you can make a little vacuum with a straw. Grab a straw, start sucking, and put your finger there, and then press it, and there you go. You have a vacuum that you created yourself. It's not too powerful, but you have a vacuum.
Volume. I was like, okay, whatever. We got pressure. You just want to claim that it's little balls bouncing around. Whatever.
Another fun fact. With it, our breathing is also generated by a vacuum. When the diaphragm contracts, it expands the volume of your lungs, which causes the pressure inside your lungs to drop, which forces air in. So even our breathing relies on generating controlled vacuums so that we can actually breathe and the exchange of gases can happen. What an idiot.
Whatever. We'll just say that for a second. What's in between the balls, bro?
The
Space.
penis.
What? I'm asking you what it is. What is space? It always will come down to length, width, and height. You're just going to tell me measurements, like a mathematical description.
Hashtag measurements.
Okay.
Hashtag measurements. Length, width, and height.
Yes.
Hashtag measurements.
Yes.
Man,
I mean, do you have any
I want you
with
to know something. What's space, man? It's some kind of continuum in my mind. It's over here. It's over there. What really is life? What's the purpose and meaning of existence? That's what I get when I think when I go down that route. But I want to tell you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to make a quick joke, and I also want to know, why do you love balls so much?
My question is, out of curiosity,
yes.
What is Witsit's I'm just curious about like where he's going, because it seems like he's talking about one thing and then he's going to another thing and he's going to another thing. Like, so we're talking about this video. You said the person's name is Lana. So Lana is, she's pretty consistent on what she's talking about, which is, in my opinion,
Complete ignorance. Yes.
It's ignorance and it's insanity. Like she's saying like she's talking about whiteness. I'm like, why are you so obsessed with whiteness, babe? Like, what's going on with you in this whiteness stuff? And she's like I'm sure Einstein had his flaws in certain places. I get it. Like every human being does. We can't be perfect, you know?
Correct.
But like, I don't think he cared about any of this stuff. He was a scientist who was stuck in a very terrible situation. He has a lot of trauma because he came out of Germany during World War II, where there's a lot of trauma.
Heavily persecuted.
Heavy persecution, dealing with nuclear, you know, like the potentiality of mutual nuclear annihilation. Like people have to think about that. Like that would be more interesting to talk about. No, she has to make this like race baiting thing where it's all about race. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, what Witsit said is, it bothers me a little bit. There's still something I have a little twinge about the German stuff where he was like, I don't want, my grandfather had to fight Germans. And I'm like, it wasn't about Germans. It was about this megalomaniac who wanted to take over the world and wanted to have the Aryan supremacist race and wanted to destroy anyone that didn't want to follow that. That's really what was happening. And I'm like, that's why like people, like any horror video game or movie, that's the great villain usually is the Nazis. Even Marvel does it. Marvel has the Nazis as villains. Of course, they're connected to Hydra, but the Nazis are in like Marvel and DC probably because it was such a heavy effect. So it's so weird to hear like sort of like this more positive take. I'm like, it was terrifying what could have happened, you know.
But he thinks that it's all lies. He thinks that the Holocaust didn't happen. That's how horrible he is. And I was watching, it popped up on my Facebook feed, a picture of a little girl in Auschwitz with the prisoner uniform and you know, like a sign that said her name, Auschwitz, and that kind of stuff. Like absolutely heartbreaking. And here comes this fucking privileged doofus who spat on his wife, and now he's denying the Holocaust. Like, seriously.
Is math a real thing or is math abstract?
Math is abstract. It correlates with reality, but math is abstract. It's our way of describing the world.
Math isn't a real thing, bro. It's a construct. So you cannot tell me space is a real physical thing and it is math. That's stupid.
Well,
Google it. Even Google will tell you.
Yes.
I have a question. Then isn't religion a construct?
Religion is one of the biggest construct.
Like you really care about Christianity and the Hebraic model, but I'm like, do you not think all of that stuff is a construct? Like you see that as being real, brother, right?
Yeah.
But like for other people, it's clearly it's not something that you can tangibly understand. Like even Jewishness, like what does that mean? Like it's an identity that appeared over a certain time, but it's not intrinsically true. There's not an intrinsic reality to any of our ethnicities or identities. We construct them. So I'm like, you want to say math is a construction? Everything else is a construction too. So it's bizarre that you're holding on to this point about this being a particular construction when everything's a construction.
Max said, why does he always dress like he's about to go on his fifth failed audition to be a stripper? Well, he does need money. That's why. Eric E, is logic a construct? I think Witsit would say yes, but I see logic as our description of how things work. I see logic as descriptive and not prescriptive. So we see that I have an apple, I have an orange. The apple is not the orange. And that's kind of how I see the logic matter.
I agree with you 100%, but it's still it's a human construct for us to explain the difference between different things. Something being a construct doesn't mean it's false. That's the problem here. It's like you're like, because it's constructed, it's false. I don't think it's more intrinsically true than anything else. It's just a way that we as humans understand our world, and that's okay, you know?
Yeah. And when it comes to math being a construct, the engineers use math to build the fucking bridge. I don't know, take the Golden Gate Bridge. And there it is. Math keeps that motherfucker standing there. Leo says, money uses math. So if he gives me a 50, I get to give him a dime, 0.10. Math is a construct, right? What's it? Indeed. Like, it's funny how he's so dumb that he doesn't realize how he's basically shooting himself in the foot with all of these stupid claims that contradict what he said 5 minutes ago.
Tell you, math is abstract. Okay, all of that to say, yeah, very concisely, you can refute relativity on its face.
No, you
foundational claims a reification fallacy. The
No,
theory
you
itself is a
can't.
reification fallacy.
Dummy, we've already been through this like so many times. You crying out fallacy like a little bitch does not invalidate science, you fucking moron. You want to disprove relativity, you need to get to the lab. You will first need to get an education, though, and then get to the lab, and then disprove relativity. But you have such an uphill battle that you will never do it. And here you are in your house crying about how I debunk relativity, guys. I really did. Fucking loser.
It's so weird.
Fallacy
It's
attributes-
so weird.
Yes.
I mean, what is the reification? What is the fallacy of reification here? I don't understand.
Because he thinks that there is no correlation between the concept and the reality, because he's a moron.
But I mean, you could say that about everything. Like, I could take a solipsistic view and just say everything really doesn't have any meaning, or nihilistic point of view.
Yeah.
But I'm like, how does that benefit us? I don't think it benefits us at all, personally. Just saying.
No, it doesn't.
Physical properties to conceptual abstractions, one of which, space, is a privation. Okay? It says concepts are physical, bruh. It's relativity is that retarded. It's that paradoxical. We don't have to get into the fact that the entire relativistic claim is dependent upon the claim that light physically travels from point A to point B and is constant.
So, World War II is fake. Air is not what you think it is. He debunked relativity, and now hold on.
The entire relativistic claim is dependent upon the claim that light physically travels from point A to point B.
Okay, there we go. I showed it last time, but I think I'll show it again. Slow-mo, guys. The slow-mo, guys. Oh my, check this out. Okay, so first, this video, I won't play it because, big channels, they go after you a lot. But here we have a demonstration of the slow-mo guys, like literally filming 50,000 volts going through a wire. That's one. And then this guy's also measured the speed of light with a like ultra high speed camera. Let me find that one and I'll share you the link. Light. Filming the speed of light. There we go. At 10 trillion FPS. And again, I can't play it, but you know what I mean. So they filmed the light doing exactly what Witsit said that it doesn't do, traveling from point A to point B. And now I know why this fucking pussy ass bitch will never debate me. Because he's super scared, like actually terrified. Come on, I'll be nice, I'll be gentle.
And it's constant, right? C, because if you say everything is relative, right? Everything's relative, then how do you get any actual information, any actual description? How do you know what is true if everything is relative, right? So you have to have something absolute, but you say everything is relative. The only thing that's absolute is the speed of light. That's what relativity says. So it uses C as the foundation of which to compare against, without the constancy of the speed of light, meaning if it's variant, if it changes, right, then relativity can't even be brought up. It has nothing. It dies. Well, guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, except that when we apply relativity to, GPS satellites and everything else, it works just fine. Eric E says, in relativity theory, the space-time interval is invariant. Thank you so much. Aldebaran says, Max does a diabolical laughter.
The quote-unquote speed of light is variant.
No, it's not.
Relativity claims it's invariant. Okay.
I mean, it's invariant in a vacuum. It varies when it travels through air, water, and like actual mediums. But yeah, in general, you can refer to as the speed of light being invariant. Yeah, there's no problem with that.
So then you can really get into all this stuff, right? Which is how you actually have to account for the velocity of whatever medium that, say, light or anything is propagating in. And you have C plus V, but it should just be C. So you actually have to account for the anisotropic propagation of signals, and which anisotropic means it goes faster in a preferred direction. Anisotropic.
It does. You're lying again. There is no preferred direction, you fucking doofus.
Preferred direction, isotropic, no preferred direction. So, light has anisotropic propagation to such an extent that for, like, say, satellite signals and all this, in their own claimed world of the satellite signals, it uses C plus V. It accounts.
Yes, because Witsit, basic physics. If you're traveling on a car and let's say we have a cannon. We have a cannon and we shoot it from the stationary position. The cannon will have a speed that the projectile leaves the mouth of the cannon. Now, if we put that cannon in a train, and the train is going the opposite way that you're going to shoot the cannon, right? Let's say the cannon has 15 meters per second speed at the mouth, and we make the train go the other way at 15 meters per second, exactly at the same speed, right? So when you shoot the cannon, the ball just drops to the floor because you have two velocities that cancel out. And there's so many demonstrations of this on YouTube. The latest one I saw was a bunch of guys on a train. They built sort of like an ejection chair, and the train was going that way, like at 30 kilometers per hour, and the chair was built to launch you the other way at 30 kilometers per hour. And then the train goes, they launch him, and he just falls on the floor, perfectly still. I'll find that link for you, and I'll pull it up.
For some type of medium that's moving and the light goes faster in a certain.
CK says, hello, bro. Hey, bro. Still in that blouse, I see. Yes. He's so pretty, isn't he?
Certain direction. It goes faster at certain altitudes. It goes faster in certain locations and certain times of the year, right? It's like these are all major problems for relativity. before you even get into all that, which is what they low-key want you to do that. They want to drag you into the weeds, knowing that when I say that the invariant nature of light is falsified via anisotropic propagation, they're gonna be like, their eyes are gonna gloss over.
Yes, because you're just saying ridiculous, false stuff. Astro Kate, how are you? You know I'm a big fan. What? Light does not go faster or slower in a vacuum. Yes, and it has no preferred direction. But he's just lying. He loves
I have a question.
He just loves to lie.
What does this have to do with the Jewish lie that fooled the world? I'm not sure. I'm still figuring that out. What does this piece have to do with that?
Because he thinks there's a giant grand conspiracy, and that Einstein was propped up by they, them, or whoever, but the real answer is he just got like scatterbrained and went on a tangent, and a super hardcore tangent.
I feel it's a total tangent. It really sounds like it has nothing to do.
Yes.
With what's going on here. Is that fair? Like I'm not confused, am I?
Yeah. Nikki Lauder says the Action Lab has a similar video. Yeah, but the problem is that you can't really play those big channels videos, even if it is for education and for demonstration purposes. They will strike you. Witsit demands that light has a preferred direction because he doesn't want to admit that the Earth rotates. That is correct. Yes.
They want you to get into the weeds. Relativity is the weeds. Like, that's all it is. It's like paradoxical nonsense that confounds the simple mind.
That what? Again? I'm sorry?
It is. It's like paradoxical nonsense that confounds the simple weeds.
Oh my God, we found another one. He says ponderance and now confounds. It's like, and this motherfucker had the goal of saying that I have a speech impediment. How dumb are you? And Witsit, let me just say that I will challenge you. Let me do this for just a second. Witsit, I formally challenge you to so we can take a head-to-head CPE exam, which is the Certificate of Proficiency in English, and we'll take the test head-to-head and see what's what. I challenge you. I'll share that video to you because you think so highly of yourself. I'm getting a little bit pissed off.
Weeds. Like, that's all it is. It's like paradoxical nonsense that confounds the simple mind.
Confound.
It's to bend the simple mind.
Dumbass.
Right? This is actually a paraphrased quote from 100 Authors Against Einstein, which is, of course, 100, German and Austrian physicists who all signed a petition against Einstein. They said, get this guy out of here. Don't let any of his Jewish mysticism, which is what they called it, be taught anywhere near our children. We need
citation needed, buddy. Citation required.
To get this out of here.
Is Jewish mysticism a bad thing? Like, this is a weird thing. Like, to me, like, I've studied Jewish mysticism and I like it. Like, it's very peaceful. Mysticism in general in most religions is a lot. I would think, even if you're like atheist, you're like, yeah, I prefer that because it's more like an internal thing that a person does, and it's not not like like this very fanatical thing where you want to control people's lives. Mystics mostly stay in their own space and do their own moral self-cultivation. And I don't know what's wrong with mysticism. Like, I've studied Kabbalah. It's pretty cool. Kabbalah, Sufism, these different kind of mystical paths. I think most people would be more aligned with those types of perspectives than like I would say modern society, would be more accepting of that than this other stuff. And I'm like, what's wrong with Kabbalah? It has nothing to do with taking over the world, by the way, so I don't know. It's weird. Like, I heard him saying this, and I'm like, I've studied it, and there's nothing scary about it. And he actually talks about Jewish mysticism. He talks about practicing Shabbat. So I'm like, what is your point? I'm not understanding it.
Yeah. For example, he was talking about this idea of the chosen people, right? And I made the argument that the Christians have that very same thing. If you're not Christian, if you don't accept Jesus, you don't go to heaven no matter what. And that's what the Jews mean when they refer to them as the chosen people, because they are the ones that go to heaven. To go to heaven, you have to be Jewish. It doesn't mean that they're superior to other people. It doesn't mean that they're like racist or anything else. And you also have to take into account the context, the historical context in which these ideas arose. So yeah, he's so dumb, like super dumb.
A lot of Jews didn't even believe in afterlife. So when
Correct.
I was looking into the Jewish, what that meant, it meant that Jews are supposed to be like, they was actually supposed to help guide other nations. That was what Jews were supposed to do. It wasn't about looking down on other people. It's about being leaders that would help uplift people. It actually had nothing to do with them being more better than anyone else. Did some Jewish people think that they were better? Sure. But everybody does, like you said. Christians, Muslims, Hindus.
Yeah.
Every group says that they're better than other groups. So
yeah, but it's not a race. It's not a race kind of claim. It's just a theological point, and it's okay. It doesn't mean that you're discriminating anyone else. I don't see that. I think they're wrong. I think it's wrong. I think it's incorrect because God doesn't exist. But I understand the point, and I wouldn't bash anyone for thinking that, because it's a common religious. A common religious claim. Every religion makes the same claim. If you don't follow this religion, bad, right?
Well, the thing for Jews, it's a little different than like Muslims and Christians. Like the idea for Jews is that, when they say they're chosen, like it's because they worship God. It's not like because like the Torah is a very powerful text in a lot of ways, because if Jewish people don't listen to what God says, they get punished. They don't get special privileges in that way. If they don't do what God tells them, they get destroyed. Like the Ark of the Covenant was brought to battle. The Israelites decided to bring the Ark of the Covenant to the battle, right? Mm-hmm. And God says, you're arrogant. You have no right to do this. So what basically happens is all those priests, they get destroyed. You know what I mean? And then the Philistines take over the Ark of the Covenant, and then they open it inside their temple, and then their temple gets destroyed. And they said, we don't want this, and they give it back to the Israelites. But Israelites don't ever get it easy. Like, their closeness to God isn't even a special. It's not this thing where they're immune to punishment. In fact, if they do wrong, then they're even held to a higher standard. So it's like in that theology, you have to understand that it's not just a wonderful, easy thing. And it's like just saying, "Oh, they're chosen." I'm like, you're only chosen if you do what God tells you to do. Meaning, you got to do the Shabbat, you got to do all of those things, kashrut, all those rules, And if you don't do them, you're not doing the right thing. So it's like, it's an interesting thing to look at that. And I think he has to try to understand that point. It doesn't mean anything deeper than that, I think.
Yep. And it's a commonplace thing. One of my favorites, I learned this from Deconstruction Zone, is when King David, who was exalted among men, when King David didn't listen to God, God punished him by having one of his wives raped by his son in a tent on top of the palace so that everyone could see. So, I mean, that is a very immoral thing to do. But even King David got severely punished when he disobeyed God. So, yeah, Witsit I don't think Witsit has ever fully read or understood the Bible to any kind of meaningful degree. He just has Reddit arguments, and he did a stream after this trying to do a debate with an atheist. Of course, no one debated him, but I was waiting for him on the Discord server, and he literally ran away. His argument, check this out. His theological argument is that the first and second laws of thermodynamics prove God in an argument worthy of Nadir Ahmed. That is how dumb he is. That's how ridiculous his arguments are. And he didn't want to debate me. I would have crushed him on that. It would have been so much fun. Jay Gill, welcome. Hello to you, sir.
Not real. It's fake. It's Jewish mysticism. right? And this is what the Germans referred to it as they successfully created UFOs in the early 20th century using ether physics, which is what they called it. So the story you weren't told, and this seems like a pretty big deal. I think so. Wait up, why we keep seeing the Germans are being lied about? What's going on here?
They're
The
not.
Germans
They're not. You're just a fucking monster. You're a ridiculous person, and you're just a filthy fucking liar.
up too. All right, random.
That his work was not only twisted, unscientific ideas, but that it was science that was plagiarized. I know Red Eyes did a show on.
Science is never plagiarized. We build on the knowledge of others. If you're going to say that science is plagiarized, then everyone has plagiarized everyone else. Again, dummies talking about science and completely misunderstanding basic points is hilarious. Just hilarious.
On this, a great show on this, covering this in detail. His writings included his popular 1924 book, Meaning of Relativity, which was plagiarized from the Lorentz transformation, plagiarism of the mass energy equivalence, largely based on the work of George Fitzgerald and Hendrik Lorentz, Irish and Dutch theoretical physicists.
Your point is on point. Science is building off of each other. We build everything. Like the Arabs built off from the Greeks. The British built off of the Arabs. Everybody's building from each other. It's a building exercise. That's what we do as humans. Let's take Star Wars. Let's take something non-scientific. Let's take something I like, film. What did George Lucas do to build Star Wars? He used the Kurosawa films. He used the Kurosawa films. And he used a lot of the archetypes. He used Joseph Campbell's hero's myth journey, taking the narratives of all these other things, and he created this spectacular thing. But it's still built on the shoulders of giants. You're not just creating this wholesale out of nowhere,
Yep. And it all remounts back to Greek tragedies.
Exactly. And I am just like, and Greek tragedies are developed from somewhere else too. Like, what I feel is, I don't like this idea of plagiarism. I think it's a really dumb idea. I think we actually are building. We are building using other people's stuff. And if you, like, for example, the fair use law, what it's saying is you can use other content, but you need to create new content with the old content, Yes. You don't just play old content and just say, okay, here's the old content. You use old content and you have new content. And I think there's nothing wrong with that.
That's a perfect analogy.
I don't have any problem with that. And I think it's good. And it's like, the point of what this woman is saying is, I'm going to tell you what I think. I think she's a white supremacist.
Yes.
Listening to her. She's like, all my European Caucasian people, whatever that means, are the good people. They created the good science. But the evil Jews and the evil colored people, they stole this stuff, and they're the ones who get the fame. But all my beautiful white Caucasian brethren and sisterhood, they're not getting the credit. Yes. And I'm like, I heard a name Fitzgerald. I'm like, that sounds like an Irish name. You know, Irish people weren't white at some point, right? Italians, Irish. These people, there were Celts. They weren't, the Irish were Celts, and, the Italians were from, like the Romans. It's like, this is ridiculous. I hate this racial superiority bullcrap. Like, I've seen it. I've been around places. I'm like, I'm so glad I'm multicultural, like, for my family. I'm like,
too.
Like, if I want to get married or have a relationship, I can do that with whoever I want, whenever I want. Like, I don't care about this ethnic superiority bullcrap. It's so dumb. And it's disgusting. You hear the white supremacy, like, we're pure. Pure what? It's pure BS. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Pure BS. This racist, it's a racist monologue. That's all I'm hearing. Racist monologue. You're like, white people are special and good. And then the evil colored people, the evil other people, they stole our beautiful white sciences and created, and they stole it and made their,
and they made it brown.
They made it brown. They corrupted the white science. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm like, the religion of race is disgusting and sick. And this is a perfect example of it.
You know what it is also, is that race is also a construct, because it's just like flowers, just like you have red roses and white roses and black roses. You have people with different skin colors because of evolution and how and the different needs. When we started moving farther north, where the sun hits less, people started developing whiter skin so that they can absorb more vitamin D. So there is even like a biological explanation as to why people have different skin tones, but it's just that it's the skin tone. A rose is a rose, whether it's red, whether it's white, whether it's blue, whether it's black, but it's the same rose. They smell the same. They're just different phenotypes, and that's all. That's all it is. It's like you have cat is white, and then there's another cat that lives outside here. It's black. It's a black cat, a completely black cat, and they're the same thing. They're just different colors. Can you imagine if the world was if everyone was just the same color? How boring things would be. That would be just
Really boring. Really boring.
Horrible.
And also the work of French physicist Henry, help me with this, Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré.
There you go. He developed
Henri Poincaré.
There you go. He developed a theory of relativity years before.
I always say Poincaré, and it maybe like I'm not French. Maybe it is Poincaré. Poincaré.
I mean, Witsit, you can barely speak English. You're never going to speak any other language. You're too dumb to learn another language.
Einstein, and it gets worse. Plagiarism of Paul Gerber's groundbreaking work on the speed of gravity. Okay, this was a German guy, and the idea that the speed of light was a constant was
Yes.
Okay, this is where I like to come in. I don't think this woman knows anything about science at all.
Nothing.
She's just obsessed with race. She's just like, this white guy, he made the scientific understanding. I can't even pronounce his name, but the white guy did it. And we don't even know what his ethnic background is. He's probably mixed too. Like we're
yes, of course. We're mostly mixed.
It's so stupid. But he was like, she's like, I can't pronounce this guy, but he found it out before Einstein. Whoa, yeah. Man, this guy's so special. Gables, I don't know what his name is. I didn't take the time to actually research and like maybe watch a YouTube video to like learn like the phonetics of the person's name, but I'm so smart. This white person, they know about physics. I'm like, honey, I doubt you've ever taken a physics class in your life, read a physics textbook. You probably have no relationship with physics, but you're like, a white man made physics. So I love it.
I have a couple of messages to read. Aldebaran said, like Hawaii, it's not easy to find relationship where they are from the same race. I love that. Because that's how we evolve, and that's how humans have always been. I don't know. I guess I don't really see color as something like big deal, because I see people of all colors all the time. So I never really cared about anything like that. And CK said, really, Witsit is talking about not being around children after trying to talk to teenagers. Yes. Sunday, everyone. Sunday, reserve your calendars. Mike and I are doing a co-stream. We'll do like half and half over at the TDDS and half over here. And we're going to go through that video of Witsit being just a creep, a very, very nasty creep. I had another message I wanted to read. Give me just a second because I lost it. Here we go. Big Fish said, she said Lawrence transformation. I assume she meant Lawrence, or it's just shitty AI translation. I think she's the one speaking. So yeah, she did say Lawrence, because of course this lady knows absolutely nothing. Oh, look at this little poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. Witsit's a dick because he hates on the Jews. Bravo. That was that was so good. Dan, a fornicated, said he took French before Algebra 2, bro, and they literally thought he was cheating. Yes. Witsit knows all the languages.
independent of the motion of its source was not Einstein's at all, but was proposed by the Scottish scientist James Maxwell in 1878. Also, Bernhard Riemann, a German, was the first to develop a sound non-Euclidean geometry, which is the basis of all the math he used to describe.
I'm sorry?
The only thing that she mentions here is she has to mention that the person is Scottish, that the person is, well, what is it, German? I'm like,
German.
Who cares? I don't care what their ethnicity is.
No.
That's not what we care about in science. We care about what their theories are and how it benefits us in our reality and what contribution they have. Like, okay, Marie Curie, what was she, Polish? She created the was it penicillin,
the radiation.
Radiation, yeah, she did the radiation. Thanks. She did the radiation. Okay, cool. She's Polish, right? Dziękuję, great, excellent. But I mean, who cares? We don't care.
And then if we were to follow this stupid argument, then they should all bow down to Islam, because all of this can only be possible because Al-Khwarizmi developed algorithms and did a bunch of work with math and that kind of stuff. So
he talks about Islam in this, by the way. He brings up Islam. He's like, there's some good things in Islam, but it's not Christianity. He's like, I'm allied with Islam over Jews. That was his point.
Yeah.
He's like, the Jews are the enemy, so I'll go with Islam against that. But but the Prophet Muhammad, peace of blessings, he got things wrong. Maybe he was talking with the demon, and I was like, okay. All right, he's talking with the demon now.
Yes. Astrocade, representation is important in science education. And we have Al-Khwarizmi here. Thank me. I usually say Al-Khwarizmi, but I think I realized that the KH sound in Arabic is actually H, right, Isa?
It's H, yeah.
It's H. Al-Khwarizmi. Yes. Yeah,
that's fine. It's good. We know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, you know that I have a very high reverence for language. So I do like to pronounce. My brain tickles me when I pronounce stuff correctly, or when you're looking for that word and you get that word and it's like defenestration. And then it's like, and you find that word that describes exactly what you mean. My brain just tickles me.
Relativity. Also, it goes on. Heinrich Hertz, the father of the unit of frequency, Hertz, right? Sound right, vibration.
Yes. They're so dumb.
And they're like, we love white people, but we can't even pronounce their languages. We can't pronounce, we can't do, parlez-vous français? We can't do the French, no Espanol. They can't do any of these languages,
Nothing. Yeah, not at all.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? No, they can't do any of these languages. But the thing is, they'll tell us about the whiteness. And these people don't care about whiteness. You care about it. That's their religion. It's not Christianity. Their religion is race. They believe in their race, and in a lot of ways, why do you think they like, the mustachioed man? Because they believe the same things he does. They believe there's. You know what I think? These people have an inferiority complex. They're uneducated. They have an inferiority complex. So they go and say, you know what? I'm supposed to be chosen. I'm supposed to be special. Why are these people succeeding and I'm not? And they get extremely jealous. American History X is a really, really good movie for everyone to watch, because that's what you see with the guy. He's not like really a bad guy, but the problem is he feels entitled. He's like, I'm a Caucasian American. I'm entitled to stuff. Why does this black man get my dad's job? You hear this weird things about meritocracy and stuff. It's such a crap, because they won't talk about that like when a rich kid who's never can't get the scores to get into an Ivy League school gets in because their dad and mom pay a lot of money for them to go in. That's okay. Those people can go in. They didn't do anything of their own, but they can get into the college. But, the black kid, look, they got 2 points below the number they're supposed to get, and they are getting affirmative action to get in. They get special privileges, even though how hard it was for them to get that score because they had none of the resources that those other kids had. They didn't get the SAT prep. They probably had to study a lot more to get that score. The amount of level they had to do to get to what they got, they're like, well, we're all equal because we're all American. And I'm like, yeah, that's a place of privilege because you have not been in that space. It's so crazy and mind-boggling. And it's just nuts. Like, it's a nuts thing, what this kind of belief system. But I'm glad we're watching this. It's crazy. You're right. It's insane.
Tim Hunter says, if only the Mustache Man would have been a good artist, yeah, none of this would have happened. That is so true.
That electrodes illuminated with ultraviolet light and they create electric sparks more easily. Well, in 1905, Einstein published a paper explaining the same experiment from Hertz's photoelectric effect, and it was actually Hertz's discovery that led to the quantum revolution, yet Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize.
Yes, because he refined what Hertz had done. So that's why they gave him the Nobel Prize. And that's how everything works. People develop, like Einstein developed the theory of relativity, and it took many years before we could actually verify it. But the theory made predictions, like, for example, black holes, and then we found them. So that's how you know that it is correct, because you make a prediction, and then you find it, and then it means you were correct. That's as simple as that.
In 1921, for the discovery of the law of the photoelectric.
What? That's interesting.
Effect. Okay.
For the discovery of the photoelectric effect.
It goes on. Nikola Tesla.
Oh, wait a minute. He didn't actually do that, though. So why did he get credit for it?
Because he built upon it, you do.
So this is when I try to bring it up to people, right? Like even within the FE realm, I'm like, yo, this claim that light is like a physical particle called the photon that travels from point A to.
It is a physical particle. It is a physical particle. So before you continue derping out, we have measured the push that a laser produces on an object. You stupid fuck. We have measured the force that a laser produces when it hits an object. You absolute moron.
Point B, like, dude, that's just pseudoscience. Like, can you prove that? Oh,
yes, we have, and we did.
The photographic plate that has some dots on it, bro. Please, can we level up a little bit here? And
I mean, we are at level 100 and you're at level 0, so maybe you should try to level up a little bit. Maybe you should do some research into what science is doing today and stop talking about your misconceptions of 150-year-old science, which you do not understand. Moron.
People get all triggered and they defend it to, like their life depends upon it. I'm like, you realize that this lie is attributed to Einstein. This is what Einstein got his Nobel Prize for. Because again, if you have relativity, okay, it's just the idea that everything is relative. So much so that if you try to measure anything, well, you can only measure it relative to your current frame of reference. You can never.
Astrocade Sathics, bro can't even do his own science. Oh yeah. You're okay. I love you so much.
So everything's relative. That's what the theory of relativity is. Wow.
No, they're just idiots.
That's unbelievable. Like that, you're taking these highly like. I try to stay in my lane. I talk about the stuff that I understand and know, but I wouldn't go to say, Einstein's theory is just that everything's relative, like a humanities definition of it. Giving a humanities definition to a scientific, like to a natural scientific thing. It's, oh my God, my mind was like destroyed.
Well, he said before, he kind of applied relativity to moral relativism, but it's like, yeah, it's the same word, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Not even
it's like saying a hypothesis and a theory when we're applying it to natural scientific theory methods, right? Is not the same when we're talking about theories and hypotheses in humanities, you know, in social sciences.
Mhm.
Social sciences and natural sciences, they're both sciences, but they have different methodologies and they have different elements. They might use the similar kinds of words, but they're conceptually constructed differently.
Tim Hunter said, I know Marines smarter than him. And Dan said, as a former squid, I approve the jarhead message.
Never know what it actually is. There's not objective truth, objective measurement. It's all relative to your frame of reference. And of course, the
problem is that there are some objective truths in the world, but when you do measurements, you are always within some reference frame. So stuff is relative. I mean, you're debunking yourself right now, as usual, buddy.
the concept of relativity
is not a bad thing. Like even the way that he's defining relativity, it's a useful tool. It's not a bad thing. It helps us understand nuance and complexity. That's not a bad thing. It's like I think some people are so hardwired that they want black and white, and it's just not how things are, and that's okay.
Yeah, most of the time it's not what it's gray. So some shade of gray
has validity. Right? Like there's relative motion. Like if I'm driving in a car, it's going to look like, if I say I'm going at a constant velocity in a car, I'm not really going to feel like I'm moving. I'm going to look out and see that everything's moving, and it can look like that stuff is moving when I'm actually moving, right? So you could start moving the trees and have the car sit still, right? And vice versa or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you're literally debunking your stupid point right here when you're acknowledging that relative motion is actually a thing. What a stupid fuck. How is he not realizing that he just invalidated his last 54 minutes of nonsense? Peter Markley says, what the heck is Witsit wearing? He's wearing a very pretty blouse that is a net-like. I mean, he wants us to see his nipples. But everyone that comes on that hasn't seen this before comes in and asks the same question. Like, what the fuck is he wearing? A transparent net blouse. Probably something he left. Probably something Kai left behind, and he probably hasn't done laundry, so that's all he had to wear.
It's not that relative motion isn't true. It's that the theory of relativity takes the idea, the concept of relativity, and it builds upon it and makes the most preposterous current claim in the world, which
I'm sorry.
enough time and enough.
No. What 54 minutes was it? Yes, I think so.
Wasn't moving, but actually it was. Trust me. Okay, it's just gonna look like it's not moving if you ever try to measure it, because time.
Fuck. Wait, hold on. Let me go back on the stream 1 sec. Okay, there we go.
Was the first to develop a sound non-Euclidean geometry, which is the basis of all the math he used to describe relativity.
Photoelectric effect, okay. There.
When I try to bring it up to people, right, like even within the FE realm, I'm like, yo, this claim that light is like a physical particle called the photon that travels.
Kate says, I'm in Vegas. Woohoo. Nice. Sin City. Yes. The tacky stores here on the strip would identify Witsit as an easy mark. Maybe that's the key. Witsit's homophobia is a form of externalized repression. In my experience, people who are so hard against homosexuality, they're just very deep in the closet. In my personal experience, take it or leave it.
From point A to point B, like, dude, that's just pseudoscience. Like, can you prove that?
Yeah.
Oh, here's a photographic plate that has some dots on it, bro. Please, can we level up a little bit here?
Yeah.
And people get all triggered and they defend it to, like their life depends upon it. I'm like, you realize that this lie is attributed to Einstein. This is what Einstein got his Nobel Prize for. Because again, if you have relativity Okay, it's just the idea that everything is relative.
Yes.
So much so that if you try to measure anything, well, you can only measure it relative to your current frame of reference.
Well, duh. I mean, that is just obvious.
All relative to your frame of reference. And of course, the concept of relativity has validity, right? Like there's relative motion. Like if I'm driving in a car, it's going to look like, if I say I'm going at a constant velocity in a car, I'm not really going to feel like I'm moving on the lookout.
The Canadian Space Advocate asks UK, are you at CES?
Out and see that everything's moving, and it can look like that stuff is moving when I'm actually moving, right? So you could start moving the trees and have the car sit still, right? And vice versa or whatever. It's not that relative motion isn't true. It's that the theory of relativity takes the idea, the concept of relativity, and it builds upon it and makes the most preposterous current claim in the world.
The most what?
It's
Every time
preposterous.
every time he
preposterous.
mispronounces a word, I love it. Like when he says pomponderance, it's like, oh, you're so adorable. You can't even pronounce your native language. How cute is that? It's like, Witsit, do you still eat spaghetti?
My friend,
Relativity,
it's preposterous. It's preposterous.
Theory of relativity takes the idea, the concept of relativity, and it
I did.
builds upon it and makes the most preposterous claim in the world, which is foundationally that when they tried to measure if the Earth was moving or not, it showed that it wasn't moving, but actually it was. Trust me. Okay. It's just going to look like it's not moving if you ever try to measure it, because time slows down.
Near massive objects. Yes, we have absolutely 100% confirmed that. We have measured time dilation between two strontium atom lattice samples that were split up 1 millimeter with it. 1 millimeter, and we measured time dilation within that. So how do you deal with that? Is it all fake and gay and a Jewish conspiracy that too?
Just the perfect amount to make it look like the Earth's not moving. Okay?
No,
shoot some light beams.
No, filthy fucking liar. I already showed this so many times. The Michelson-Morley experiment, in the first paragraph, in the preamble, acknowledges the Earth's orbit and the Earth's rotation. You're a filthy lying fucker.
One of the light beams should take a certain amount of time to get back. If the Earth was moving, it didn't. Okay, it didn't. So you take a light beam, you shoot it, and then you split it. This is MMX, Michelson-Morley. They took a beam splitter to make sure that the light was perfectly in phase, meaning it was exactly in the same place. Right, so they shoot the same beam. Instead of trying to time to send the light out perfectly, they send out the same beam. They split it, okay, into opposite directions, or perpendicular. It hits little silvered mirrors, reflects back to the middle, recombines, and then goes to the receiver. And then they wanted to see how fast will each light beam get back. Based on which direction you shoot the light beam, if the Earth is actually moving the way that they claim, right, which is 66,600 miles per hour.
Always with the 666s. But yeah, again, you're lying about the Michelson-Morley experiment. We have schooled you on this so many times, and here you are just flat out lying to everyone's faces, and your gullible audience of morons is just eating it up, hook, line, and sphincter.
Then you're going to see that one of the light beams is a certain amount behind the first one. So in like really simple terms, right? If the Earth is moving underneath some light, it has to travel further to catch up to it, basically. So you can predict exactly how much that is based on the 30 kilometer per second claim of how fast the Earth moves. 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, we just put that in an equation.
Yes, Dan reminds us that in that video that Witsit was talking to random underage kids in like an app that is similar to Omegle, but it's called Monkey. And Witsit goes, and there's this black girl. And Witsit tells her, "Did you know the Earth is flat?" And the girl goes like your butt. And then hangs up on him. That was like, yes, random girl, you identified it in just a second. I love you. You deserve a prize. Double ice cream at dessert for you tonight.
Velocity of Earth, and now we know what the separation of the two light beams should be. It wasn't that, right? It was damn near exactly the same, but it wasn't.
Oh.
It was slightly separated. Okay. The point is, what did they do? Okay. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was damn near the same, and it was barely slightly separated. What did they do? They said
it was very slightly separated and within the margin of error of the device that they built. Remember that this happened in the 1800s.
You roll out this theory with Einstein, and it says, okay, well, first of all, we're just going to ignore that they weren't exactly together. We're just going to pretend they were. We're just going to say the fact that they were slightly separated, and so that creates an interference pattern. Like if the light was moving together, right, then it would just all be waving. But if it's separated,
wait. We have look who we have here. The one, the only, the man, the legend, Mr. Dr. Florida Man.
Hey,
how are you?
Yes, good. Just got moved here today officially. So we moved into the house we are house sitting for. We met the dog that we're sitting for, and I got a temporary computer set up.
All right, no problem. We don't need to see you, but next time you'll get that set up, and we'll be back. So heads up, Dr. J, we are watching Witsit be extremely anti-Semitic and dumb.
Good.
Yes. Just the title of his video is "The Jewish Lie That Fooled the World." Peter Markley says, "Dr. J, where in Florida are you?"
I'm in Navarre, Florida, which is like right next to Pensacola, just to the east of Pensacola, Florida, which is like next to Alabama. If you don't know where Pensacola is, it's if you think of the panhandle of Florida, it's on like almost the very edge of the panhandle.
Yeah, Peter is from Florida, so should be familiar with that. Big Fish says, screenshot and caption that. I mean, we have Peter Markley here. Could we please let me forward this over to you, and maybe we can unleash Katie on this. What do you say, Peter?
Gets behind the other, they'll start intersecting as they wave. This is called an interference pattern. They're interfering with each other. So it's going to give you a fringe shift, meaning that there's just a shift in the fringes of the interference pattern. It's just the separation between the intersecting light beams, right? Okay, so there was one. What they come in and say, there really isn't one.
Oh my!
That's just error.
Lol, Katie was already. I love you both guys so much.
So it looks like there is one no matter how many times we do it. And this is interferometry, which is, of course, the interference of light, using the interference of light to measure motion very precisely. Of course, light's the most effective way to measure motion. This is why the cop uses the radar gun, right? So interferometry is making like insanely precise measures because it's using like what we call wavelengths, right, which are incredibly precise and small little minor. It's just like incredibly precise measurement, like an insane precision, right? Anyway, the point is that they say, "Oh, well, it's just an error. Trust me. Just trust me. It's an error." I mean, it was
no, it wasn't an error. It was just the results were within the margin of error of the system. Because what's it? Let me just. enlighten you into the fact that you can't have any kind of exact measurement. There is always a margin of error. Always. It's unavoidable. Because the instrument will have a margin of error. Our senses are not. Our senses are not perfect. I thought you were not going to be able to set up the cam, but awesome.
It ended up being at the top of the pile, so I was able to find it.
Actually,
Wait, CK says the error is that blouse.
10 times more sensitive than it needed to be in 1887 to actually measure it. But
so, buddy, you're lying again.
Before they can even come up with their BS excuse, they have to say that actually the result wasn't what the result was. And they're like, well, what caused the error? Heat. Okay, so Dayton Miller comes in, replicates it, introduces all kinds of heat sources. It improves that wasn't the case. Like, okay, I don't really know. But if it's not some foundational error, then my entire excuse for a theory kind of collapses like a house of cards, to quote Einstein. So we're just going to keep saying it's an error. So anyway, they come in and say, oh, no, actually the light beams were together. Trust me, bro. It's just an error. And then it's like, okay, now they shouldn't have been together by a lot, though, right? Because the Earth is moving like almost 70,000 miles per hour. So they should have been separated by a pretty good amount. Yes, but this is what happened, okay? One of the light beams had to travel further because the Earth is moving. And therefore, it took that light beam longer to get there.
Yes.
Because it had to travel further. If you have two guys that run, 10 miles per hour and they run 100 yards or whatever, right? They run the exact same speed and they go the exact same distance, it's going to take the exact same time. Of course. So if we know that they're running the exact same speed, the light beam that was split, we know they're exactly starting at the exact same time.
NASA security for $5. Thank you so much, bro. Let me know when we get to the part that any of this resembles a cognizant thought. Thank you so much.
Like the race, the runners start the race the exact same time. They run the exact same speed, like cloned Usain Bolt or whatever. Okay. Then if they're going different distance, but they're going the exact same speed and they start at the exact same time, what's going to happen? It's going to take the runner that has to run longer time to get to the finish line. Okay. So one's running 100 yards, one's running 110 yards. They both run the exact same 100-yard dash time. So therefore, the guy running 110 yards is going to get there later. Okay. The point is, what they say is, yes, the one runner did have to run 110.
What the fuck is a yard? I haven't heard that word in so long, but I do remember that, for example, in football, American football, in handeg, it's measured in yards. How much is a yard?
It's comparable to a meter. It's not the same, but comparable. Yeah.
Dan says yard equal 3 feet, but dude, 3 feet also means nothing to me.
That's the math system. Yeah.
10 yards longer than the other runner. The one light beam did have to go further because I promise the Earth is moving almost 70,000 miles per hour, bro.
Yeah, and we measured
screwing through a giant vacuum. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Okay. So yeah, it did have to go further, and so that would mean it would have to take longer. But this is what happened.
Eric is right. I can't measure 3 feet because I only have 2.
Went further, but as it went further, the only way we would know how far it went is if we measured it. Well, the apparatus that we used to measure it, it actually started contracting. So it started getting smaller. Our ruler got shorter, basically. The measuring apparatus contracted. Okay. The perfect amount, the exact perfect amount by mere coincidence to make it look like it was the same exact distance as the other runner. So the football field shrank 10 yards for one runner and made it look like
That's not how any of that works. The length contraction and time dilation don't happen like that. The length contraction happens for people who are outside of the reference frame, not the people inside. This is just another lie.
he was running 100 yards, even though he actually ran 110 yards.
People are. My mom used to also tell me that she went to a non-school, and they used to use the yardstick to hit us in school. Nuns use yardsticks to whoop ass in Catholic schools. I'm sorry.
Okay. So start at the goal line. The guy runs 100 yards to the other goal line. The other guy has to run all the way through the end zone, 110 yards. Trust me, he ran 110 yards. But what happened was the end zone actually like kind of contracted, and it became where the original goal line was. Okay. So
Pable asked me, hey Max, in what neighborhood are you? Right now, I live very close to Antel Arena, so it's Pérez Castellanos. One day, when we get a little bit better weather, maybe we can organize a meeting with you, Pable, and Ricardo, and I can take you out for some panchos in La Pasiva. To thank you for all the support you've given me, and to thank you for being my Uruguayan fans. I love you guys.
You just can't tell. Like, so if you go back and look at the ruler, it's going to look exactly the same, right? It's going to look like the exact same distance, the exact same size, everything.
Can we get to the anti-Semitism again? This is exhausting. This is not what I came for.
Stopwatch, because the runners are going to take off at the same time. We're going to use a stopwatch, see how long it takes. Time itself, time, the concept we talked about earlier, slowed down because it dilated. So the time.
That's not how any of that works. Time slows or increases depending on your proximity to the gravity well. So on Earth, at the surface of Earth, we have one passage of time, and as you go higher, time starts to move faster. Because as you approach massive objects, time slows down. And again, Witsit, we have measured this in a 1 millimeter vertical difference using strontium atoms. Like, you're just lying.
Time stretched out and slowed down the perfect amount to make it look like it was the same time as the other runner or the other.
Tim Hunter says time slows when you sober up. And Charlie here in the chat said, this is real science.
Their light beam. So both the distance and the time changed together the perfect amounts so that it looked like the light beams got to the receiver at the exact same time, and they went the exact same distance, thus took the same amount of time to do so, same duration of time, but actually one went.
Are there any universities that grant PhDs in eapology? Because I think he could get an honorary doctorate in just yapping. that would be awesome.
Further and took longer, right? Just when you're on the Earth that is moving, it's going to look like it didn't. That is the actual story. That's the claim. First of all, that's just the most retarded thing I've ever heard. It just on its face makes no sense. Okay, time's a concept, bro.
Personal incredulity is not an argument, buddy. But can we get back to the anti-Semitism? I don't. If we flirt, we flirt. If we do other stuff, we do other stuff.
Stretching and slowing down.
You're
basis. It
still
like,
on the
that
same
ruler
thing.
just cooler then. No, it got an inch shorter though. Trust me, bro. They just gaslight me. You're just gonna gaslight me like that? Any logical person would be like, okay, yeah, wait, that's what happened. Okay, so now
You might want to skip ahead.
Okay. What did I do?
I'm not sure.
Think about how
we'll get to the part that's interesting, you know.
Right.
It is weird that's something I noticed in this video is that we get into this kind of the science stuff, and I'm like, but what about the lie? Like
the lie.
We should focus on that, you know.
Peter says, Professor Emeritus of Silk Shirts and Brain Trauma.
It doesn't show the Earth is moving.
He
Okay.
said this in 1935.
There we go.
John Marie Cudahy, a brilliant known sociologist, said Einstein was motivated by a desire to distort and destroy Western science. Very, very accurate.
So someone who probably didn't like Einstein too much said a thing about Einstein, therefore Einstein is that thing. Great reasoning. What was her name? Lara? Lola?
Lana, maybe it was Lana.
Lana,
Yeah.
yes.
Dayton Clarence Miller, president of Britain's Royal Astronomical Society, disagreed with all Einstein's theory. He had his own absolute space theory, which is interesting. And it goes on. 100 prestigious Austrian and German scientists denounced him in this book, 100, I don't know how to say it, Austrian Gegen, I'll pull it up right here, accused him of being a pseudo-mysticism and pseudo-mystic and just speculating everything, basically. 100 scientists. H.L. Mencken, there's sound reason for believing that Einstein will not hold up in the long run.
How did that prediction go? We keep verifying relativity every single day. I mean, every time the ISS goes by your head, we're verifying relativity. Every time you connect, someone in the world connects to the internet through Starlink, we're proving Einstein right. So you can cry and moan and bitch all you want, but the world moves on without you. So sorry.
A pseudo mystic, bruh. What a check. You know, back in the day, people had so much class that they checked usually like fuzzy-haired crackpot and pseudo mystic. I'm gonna start calling people pseudo mystics. And again, like the Germans actually referred to it in their documents as Jewish mysticism. This is why I'll play a clip in a second. When Owen was moderating my debate with the preacher, I'm like, yeah, you claim to call like Jewish supremacy and all the subversion and deception going on, but like you're sitting here defending Jewish mysticism. That like it's really spills over into Kabbalah.
It doesn't. This is such a giant category error. There's no Kabbalah in relativity. What? Isa, would you like to let us would you like to give us a little summary on what the Kabbalah actually is?
Yeah, so my understanding of Kabbalah is it kind of deals with the divine names of God, and there's a focus on the divine feminine, and basically how people can sort of engage in kind of supernatural things. So, for example, there was this, one of the earliest horror movies was called The Golem, right? And it was the reason how the Golem came to life is that this Jewish mystic put the names of God into the mouth of the Golem, and it made the Golem come to life. So it's sort of an element of mysticism is that the supernatural can be affected by the supernatural. So basically, and I think this is where people get scared, right? Is that the idea that people may have supernatural powers that might come out. But really, in essence, what Kabbalah or Sufi mysticism is it's this idea that people can tap into the esoteric. They can tap into these kind of mystical practices where a lot of it, particularly where I would say Sufism and Kabbalah would intertwine, is that there is this power on the focus of the names of God. So God has these secret names, and they have real power that can relate into our world. In some ways, people could argue that the big JC was a Jewish mystic himself.
Yes.
I wouldn't see that would be a separate thing. It's very weird that he's talking about Jewish mysticism. I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't be called the Jewish mystic himself, that you're tapping into these supernatural realms and you have access to certain knowledge that other people don't have access to. This is what people are afraid of. It's like when you see the ocean, you see this giant expansive ocean, people are scared because they're like, well, I can't touch the bottom. I don't know what's at the bottom of the ocean. So it's a scary kind of thing because you're afraid of things that you don't know and you can't understand.
Mhm.
But it's nothing really scary. It's just it's a spiritual element of religion.
Right.
So the idea in Kabbalah is that um, there's this thing called the Ein Sof, right? It's like the ultimate divine thing, and there's these 10 Sephirot, which are these kind of emanations of the divine. Like one of them would be Gevura, which is strength, or Chesed, which is kindness. It's actually really cool because one of the times I actually saw it manifested was I went to a Cirque du Soleil, and they did the performance on Kabbalah, and that was the thing. They did each of the different, emanations of God,
Mhm.
So you have the divine feminine, which is known as the Shekhinah. So like you have these different kinds of elements, but it's nothing really scary. It's just kind of that's kind of like a rough kind of understanding of it.
Summary, yeah. And
Yeah.
what I see it as, like a filthy atheist, is just it's magical thinking. It's tapping into spirits and knowledge. And for example, the creation of Adam. The creation of Adam is a Kabbalistic story because it's a golem spell, like you just mentioned. God creates a golem out of clay and breathes into it the spirit of life. What is more mystic than that? Is it nothing? So yeah, it's wild that they think that Kabbalah is some like
It isn't. It's basically like I think it's bringing the divine and the physical together. It's
yeah.
unveiling the divine mysteries. And they said that really when people go into Kabbalah, you have to be 40 years old because then you're able to kind of understand the deeper machinations of things. One of the greatest writers in Kabbalah, his name's Yitzhak Luria. And he wrote the Zohar. That's like the kind of the manifesto of Jewish mysticism. But it's nothing weird. You have things like the Tree of Life and, mystical philosophy, but it's not.
Yeah.
There's nothing scary about it. That's so weird when I hear people like he's saying, like when I was listening, I'm like, I've studied Jewish mysticism. There's nothing really scary about it. And I mean, the most scary thing is like maybe you have some practitioner who has dark intentions and they are able to use their supernatural powers to do something dark like the golem spell, right? Like, okay, but that doesn't mean that the science itself is bad. It means that the practitioner is a bad person. It's like the Force, you know what I mean? The Force, if you
Right.
tap into the Force religion, right? Like the Force itself, if you're a dark practitioner, then what you're doing is going to be dark. But if you're a good practitioner, then what's going to be coming out is good. There's nothing bad or terrible about it. So I don't. It was weird when I heard him say it. I'm like, really? You think Jewish mysticism is a bad thing? I'm like, you believe in Jesus, and I'm like, it's easy to argue Jesus was the grand Jewish mystic. So
Yeah, he went around healing people and doing miracles and that
is
kind of
that
stuff.
not Kabbalah?
Dr. J, I have one question for you, but before one request, move the mic a little bit away from your mouth because it's blowing onto the mic when you're breathing. Do you know of any kind of mystic Christian groups that you could let us know exist?
I guess that depends on what you mean by mystic groups. That believe in like miracles. There's lots of groups that believe in miracles, charismatic groups, Pentecostal, whatever. They think there's, miracles happening today. There are mystic Christians. I guess it just depends on what you mean by that,
Yeah, I mean, it's not that every religion has this kind of offsets that are more kind of mystical, more magical. Check this comment from Peter. Recovering younger creation is here. I now imagine God shaping Adam from dust to mean something approximate like those artistic evolution time-lapse videos. Basically, dust equal lower life. That's an interesting way to view it.
Kabbalah.
Curved space may be classed with psychosemantic bumps of Gall and Spurzheim, two other brilliant scientists. So the point is, we wouldn't be in the Stone Age without him, hardly. We'd be cultivating other planets by now, right?
Given the fact that all of our rocket science hugely depends on relativity, hold on, I'm going to grab both of my controllers. I'm pressing X to doubt because, like, lady, no, you're wrong. You're super wrong.
And then people who say,
Did you really have to ruin this really good video?
oh, you're just jealous of him, or, oh, it's because he's Jewish. No, it's because he was a thief, a liar, and a plagiarist, and an awful person in his private life,
What's the
and
purpose?
true brilliant
And
people
degenerate.
couldn't stand him, and they viewed him as
He's calling. Get this. He's calling Einstein a degenerate Witsit. And right before, he was saying that Hitler was not that bad. So, like, talk to me about moral relativism. Witsit. Talk to me about objective morality. I dare you.
a crackpot,
thief.
and a liar and a plagiarist because he was. And Einstein criticized scientists he felt threatened by true geniuses like Erwin Schrödinger, quantum theory, Werner Heisenberg.
You mean Schrödinger? They've got pretty much every name wrong, like from the start. It's Schrödinger.
Threatened by true geniuses like Erwin Schrödinger, quantum theory, Werner Heisenberg, Hilbert, Planck. He was actually the jealous one who was attacking all these, but he was propped up as the archetype of brilliance.
Obviously,
genius.
her arguments are largely fallacious, right? Like she's personally attacking him.
Okay,
you
that's
know, ad
honest.
hom doesn't mean he's
We give
wrong.
Witsit points for that. That's correct. That's ad hominem and it's fallacious. Then why
But
are we watching the video then?
It's a thing that he was doing, that he himself was doing. He was calling him a degenerate just now. Like, he just contradicted the 1 hour and 13 minutes of stream he's been doing. That's all he's been doing so far. Like, this is wild. How does someone get to the point of having zero self-awareness? I don't understand.
Just appealing to like consensus or the authority of these other people. Well, I agree with the point that these people were much more brilliant than him, generally speaking, like Tesla was, clearly. He actually kind of had proof of his concepts via inventions and success. This doesn't mean that his claim is wrong, right? But anyway.
Science, the smartest man alive, and he was a Jew, right? So he's just a pure creation, basically, of Jewish media hype that was manufactured in the 1920s, basically like a pop star. But he was a commie who failed his college entrance exam and shamelessly ripped off true geniuses. So he's all smoke and mirrors. He's a fraud, people. And I don't know if you guys have heard this before, but it's massive. Germany, Henrik, as you said, was thriving. I mean, just amazing.
Germany was thriving in World War II when Einstein had to leave for America. These people, like, what?
Minds were coming out of Germany in this time. It's not like Einstein took Germany out of some kind of Stone Age and they were, they were not going to advance.
Wait. We're going to make a little quick interlude because, we just got our supreme provider of memes has, she never disappoints. Oh my, there's more. Yes. Oh my, thank you, Katie. Thank you. That was such a breath of fresh air.
It's shocking that he played that Lana video and Lana was like saying all these horrible things. Like, it's slander. She's slandering Einstein. And I mean, I don't know what else to call that. I think it's complete slander. And she's like, I want to attack his personal life. And I'm like, how about if we attack your personal life, Lana? Who are you to have the right to attack him? What did he do to you? Because he's Jewish? You know what I mean? Like it's sickening. You know, you're this anti-Semitic like narrative is sickening, and just like her just going on, and she has no evidence. She's just like all these people who are non-Jews, they're so great. Okay, this awful, horrible Jew, and then he says it's all it's ad hominem and it's fallacious, and I'm like, then why are we listening to this video? Why do you have this video playing? That's my big question. Why are we listening to this nonsense? Because it's nonsense, you know.
Without his brilliance, right?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You just said it was fallacious.
Pretty good.
So fallacies are pretty good now with it. Is that why you use them so much? I don't like. This threw me for a tailspin.
And then I will quickly play the.
Ooh, more there,
Right,
more
briefly
there.
cover this in the Tripoli experience.
Max, imagine Witsit trying to convince youth in the sidewalk in front of the architecture university gets eaten in 2 minutes. Fun fact, I used to live 2 blocks away from the architecture university, going down the alleyway, La Cortada, and 1 block to the right. I had most of my childhood was there.
Appearance. This was the trailer.
Einstein to be a fraud?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I've never even heard the guy speak coherently in English, right? So this idea that he was some...
Oh my God. Pronounce preponderance for me and come to talk about other people's way of speaking. You sometimes speak with like a potato in your mouth with it. You've said that I have a speech impediment. And like, you couldn't be farther from the truth. It's called an accent, you doofus.
Professor at some point is wild, but all of his work was stolen.
His wife writes a lot of his shit.
She was a Serbian mathematician, did a lot of his work. The actual 4D space geometry itself was stolen from Henri Poincaré, and he pointed out these are just concepts. Space and time are just concepts; they're not real. But everything was kind of compiled together. I think he's probably a frontman, honestly, because it was just a bunch of compilations of other people's work. But whether he was or not, it's just complete pseudoscience. And funny enough, Germany and Austria and other people knew that.
Ooh, look what we have here. We have the link. Is this the link?
Detail.
Yes.
He's writing.
Ooh, we got it. Okay, I'm going to hold on. Let me grab this. Transfer it to my Firefox. That's where I have my Twitter. And we'll save. We'll see what that lady is all about later. Go back here.
And they were like, we got to get rid of this. This is insane. They wrote a petition to make sure that people weren't taught that. But just all that is probably the start of the decline of like physics. In the late 1800s, 1887, they did a test where they did really simple, like they shot 2 light beams perpendicular to each other. And the light beam going with the direction of the Earth should have moved at a different speed than the other one. It should have taken longer to go against the Earth, right? Because it would have had to go further. Basically, the Earth was moving away from one of the light beams, so it would have to travel further to catch up with it.
Yeah.
Right. And so they assumed the Earth was moving around the sun. They assumed there was an ether, and then they didn't get...
No, they didn't assume the Earth was moving around the sun. It had been verified by people before. Parallax and a couple of other things. I don't think it was redshift yet, but yeah, I mean, they already had come into this idea of presenting papers and then building upon them. So that's why the Michelson-Morley starts with acknowledging that the Earth does actually move, because they had experimental verification of that before. Okay, which is lying as always.
That result, right? And instead of being like, well, maybe the Earth's not moving, this is interferometry over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to measure the Earth moving. it's basically like a religious belief. So that wasn't an option. So then like, well, we have to get rid of the ether. And then Einstein comes in and just destroys physics. He flips it all upside down and says time and space bend and warp, and that the measurement device that was supposed to show it went further actually contracted. You just can't tell. Like if you go look at it, it's going to look the same size, but it actually got smaller and time slowed down at the same.
More yapping.
We even having to prove that we aren't flying through space.
Was a collection of essays from both German and Jewish scientists, which argued mathematically as well as conceptually against Einstein's theory of relativity. The book argues that Einsteinianism is just a bombastic advertising campaign, that the work for which he received a Nobel Prize on the photoelectric effect, not relativity, interestingly enough, was based on work by the American M.A. Millikan, which proved to be incorrect, and that his scientific opinions are just a mixture of puns, sophistry, and deception.
Eric, do you think you could get that book? I can maybe go over it. And Eric also said, why are rocket launchers into orbit generally sent eastward? It's to take advantage of the Earth's rotation for rocket to achieve orbital speed. Yes, I agree. And the gravity turn, and it goes against the spin. For example, if you play Kerbal Space Program and you launch the rocket east, you very easily get to orbit. If you launch the rocket west, it doesn't go into orbit that easily. And polar orbits are even harder to actually get done like properly.
And paradoxical pseudoscientific nonsense used to, baffle and dazzle the simplistic mind into reductionist materialism. So
when he uses materialism, I think he's wrong. A materialist person is someone who it's like a greedy person. It's someone who is all about getting material stuff. What he means is like physicalism or naturalism. I don't think he understands that.
I'm guessing I should be able to very quickly find this 100. Let's see if I can do it without having to download the PDF. Oh, bruh.
He can't even Google. There you have it inscribed.
Of course not. Okay, here we go.
Dead air, Witsit, come on. Beat the internet. Issues raised criticism. The book was published in 1931. Professor
Let's read the foreword. It is a unique case in the intellectual history of mankind that a theory is proclaimed and celebrated as a Copernican act, never, even if they are valid, able to reshape our view of nature and the world, in whose essence lies so difficult to be incomprehensible to the general public, so that their popularity hardly seems understandable. You should be able to explain it in very simple terms, right? Like the fact that I use very specific words because I think that substantive specificity is obviously very important. Like that right there, substantive, meaning that it actually has meaning. It's not just filler or fluff words. Specific.
You never do that. All you do is word salad. What the hell? You don't have specificity. All you have is just crying fallacies and inventing science. Like, what? Oh, Paule, if you're still there, I didn't ask you where you're from, what neighborhood you're from.
Specificity, obviously, meaning it's very specific. It's not just super vague and like lacking specificity, right? But the point is that you should always be able to explain it simply. I mean, I gave, like, for example, if you actually understand MMX, then you should be able to explain it using some simple analogy like two runners racing. If you actually understand relativity or the the problems relativity claims to answer or explain, you should be able to explain it simply. No one can explain relatively simply because it is simply
Yeah, because it's not simple. Easy enough. I mean, there are stuff that is not simple. I can easily create sound, but the explanation of how you create sound is not very easy until you understand it, and then it becomes easy. But it's easy for me to understand and to work through it, but it's hard to explain it to someone else. Like I have to use like sound whenever I've taught music production. I have to use something like a little plugin I have that shows you a visual representation of the sound, and that helps people understand what I'm freaking doing when I'm creating sound, making sound waves interfere with each other so that I can create new sounds. But yeah, some things are not easy. Some things are not as straightforward as one would think. Take the example of what I told you of the laser cooling. One would think that if one shines a light into a system, it actually gives it more energy. For example, if you have one of those incubator lamps or one of those lamps that they use to grow plants indoors, that generates heat. So it's super counterintuitive, the idea that you could cool something by shining a light on it. But it does happen because when they use a very specific laser, a very specific material, and when the laser hits the material emits a photon, so the material itself ends up with a net energy loss. So if you start adding more and more of those lasers, you can eventually cool that down to very close to absolute zero. And that is completely counterintuitive, but it happens in reality. We see it. We've seen it. It's trivial to demonstrate that.
comprehensible paradoxical nonsense. Einstein himself said he had trouble trying to even comprehend what the implications were. He could never really articulate it. When he's asked about it, he said stuff like, have you ever like put your hand on a stove and noticed how like 1 minute will feel like an hour? But if you talk to a really pretty girl, an hour will feel like a minute.
That's a perfect explanation. Witsit, that's a perfect explanation of relative time. It's an analogy. Yeah. So you just said he can't explain it easily and then explains it easily. How do you contradict yourself so much, one after the other?
That's the theory of relativity, bro. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. So anyway,
well, if that analogy is not the theory of relativity, then your example about the runners is not is not a valid analogy for the Michelson-Morley experiment. We can do that too. We can play your silly little games all day.
in whose essence it lies, so difficult to be incomprehensible to the general public, so that their popularity hardly seems understandable. This is
okay. Wait. Peter says, okay, Katie has one more meme. Hold on. Let me. Where is it here? Savage. I love it.
I'm sorry. Could you show it again? I didn't see it.
No, I'm going. Oh. Hold on.
Oh wow.
Topical. Perfect meme. Oh my, thank you, Katie. Thank you so much. Oh boy.
suggestive power of a repeatedly placarded name, the misunderstood catchphrase of relativity, snobbish admiration of half-conceived paradoxes, bend the simple perplexed mind. I love that quote. Snobbish admiration of half-conceived paradoxes, bend the simple perplexed mind. Unbiased thinking and unbiased science have rebelled from the start, have expressed the most important doubts and asked questions. They were dismissed with completely ignoring the twists and turns. Thus, Einstein's counter-expression to Lenard's famous first objections in 1918 touched the main points too little or not at all. A similar thing was repeated at the scientific meeting in 1921 on the occasion of the Leipzig Cemetery celebration in 22. A similar thing was finally saw. 19 physicists. This is not the perfect translation. Mathematicians and philosophers were forced to protest together, which stated.
How do you know it's not the perfect translation when you don't speak German? Yeah, this translation of a language that I don't know is wrong. Love it. Love it.
I feel like that sort of fits the MO, right? Here's the thing I don't
Yes.
know anything about. Let me tell you about it.
Yes.
Among other things, the undersigned, among them Lenard, Geckrick, Libis, whoever all the other people are, complain in the deepest way the misleading of a public opinion which is touted as a solution of the theory of relativity, and which is kept in the dark about the fact that many and also highly respected scholars of 3 research areas mentioned, but even reject it as a fundamentally misguided and logically untenable fiction. And look,
I mean,
they were not.
Okay, they found 100 scientists that went against Einstein. That's fine. I was skeptical about the claim at the beginning, but okay, the book exists. Okay, you want to know the funny thing with it? They were all wrong. Relativity is used today. We send rockets into space. Like, you're cooked. Like, who cares what 100 dudes said? They were wrong. That's it. There's not much mystery to that.
Not playing around about this vocalization against Einstein's theory, right? Like, this opposition to his theory was very adamant, and they wanted it. They didn't want to just be like, hey, I want to raise awareness to everyone so you guys know this is some Jewish mysticism. It isn't true. They were like, dude, get this out of here now. And that's because people were more intelligent back in the day.
I'm
They understood
sorry.
the
One
implications, the
question.
philosophical implications.
What is the Jewish mysticism? I'm not understanding.
Relativity.
What does that have to do with? That has nothing to do with Kabbalah or anything Jewish at all.
He's falsely equivocating relativity to Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism. That's exactly
it has
what
nothing.
he's
Trying to understand God has nothing to do with scientific theory. Most of these people were secular Jews anyway. These aren't religious, mystical, spiritual Jews hiding out in caves and fasting. These aren't mystical. Like, scientists are not. It's a very different reality. And just saying they're both the same thing, I mean, I don't know. It makes no sense to me.
I didn't need that image in my head. What is Witsit's fetish for an overhand grip on his mic? I think he's tweaking from cocaine. That's why he's jittery all the time and he's touching the mic and moving it here, moving it there. I think that's my opinion.
Of applying and believing something like this. If you have to adapt your worldview to something that you don't even fundamentally understand, you're just going to aimlessly wander around like a confused, lost little puppy, just looking for someone else to tell you what to believe in.
The level of projection in that comment was IMAX with Dolby Atmos sound. You are the lost little puppy, Witsit. You are. Like, that was the clearest case of projection I have ever seen.
This is what I think in like a meta macro way is the most, damning part of relativity. It is the most detrimental, most dangerous aspect of the theory of relativity being propagated and believed.
Okay.
It's that it renders people retarded. That's
How?
what it does. That's why I always say, like, the heliocentric model and the theory of relativity, it isn't that these people, when you hear some of them debate, it's all fallacies. It's all deflection. None of them can even actually engage with.
Yeah, and that's why you've been running away from me for 2 years. Yeah, Witsit, we get it. We get it.
the point in good faith. And you're like, is this person just like stupid? It's really not that they're stupid or retarded as they appear. It's that their devotion to these lies render them retarded, because you're just going to have to do mental gymnastics and backflips to try to explain the inexplicable. So anyway, I'll show you another.
Another what? Dead air, doofus. How long have you been streaming again?
We'll watch another real quick video. This is from the classic film The Principal.
By the end of the 19th century, the triumph of the Copernican system seemed complete.
This is faking gay cartoon.
Only one tiny detail had eluded the experimenters. Physics at the time,
Well, more cartoons.
including Maxwell's famous equations for electrodynamics, was based on the assumption that space was filled with a substance, an ether through which light and other electromagnetic waves would propagate. But all
Super generous super chat. Thank you for what you do. Yah bless. Thank you so much. Zill set apart. Very generous donation, brother. Thank you so much. That is crazy generous.
Yeah, they made these $300 super chat.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
The real sickness
y'all-
says you can literally taste the smugness, bro.
Bless back at you, bro. We got
Oh my, with the dead air, holy
Rise
fuck.
and Victory.
Just
Also
keep
generous
on
donation.
talking.
Einstein's
Keep on. Silence is bad. I don't know if it's because I listened to the radio for a very long period of my life, that in the radio you cannot be in silence, like, whatsoever. It's super bad. It's even worse than in YouTube. But yeah, dead air, dude. Seriously, what the hell?
His theory of relativity makes sense to all when applied to his twin experiment. But when applying it to the triplet experiment, each will agree with one on how old they each are, but then disagree with the other. Man, like the whole like twin experiment, the thought experiment, it's like, it just shows, it's like the fact that that's what people always bring that up. Like it's the one issue. It's like one of the only issues that relativity has, and people think they have answers for it. It's like,
We have answers for
it is one of the paradoxes.
Not
And
a,
then yes, I've heard about it extending it to the triplet, but
not a paradox. We verified experimentally. You're just dumb. It wasn't verified when it was proposed, but it's 2025. You seem to be arguing against science from 150 years ago, but we moved on, dude. Yeah, for a while, some people.
Hashtag Mickelson Morley.
Yes, hashtag. For a while, people used to say that smoking cigarettes was good for you, and guess what? Then we learned. But that being said, if you have constipation, for example, just like coffee, cigarettes do help you move your bowels. So, yeah. And take, for example, chemo. Chemotherapy is literally a poison. So we poison people to make them better. That's counterintuitive, but that's science. That's medicine. It happens.
on its face, it doesn't work. It's just stupid. Thank you for the super chat. Like you have Tesla, and I don't think the other guy again super generous. Zeal set apart. Thank you so much, bro. Helps more than you even know, brother. And if you want to support the stream, you can also go to kofi.com/witsit. I'll read them all out at the end. I saw someone. I remember that someone said that it was a generous donation, so I wanted to call it out. I don't remember what I was saying.
Imagine.
Oh yeah. like Tesla, he basically pointed out this very simple idea, which is like this can't be true on its face because space can't have curvature.
Why?
It's a concept. Space can't curve.
Why?
Do you guys realize that the claim
Why?
is that nothingness not only exists, but that it curves?
Yes. And you're saying nah, but you don't tell me why. So what is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence. So thanks for playing.
An intellectually honest mind would be like, what? Okay, why was that ever a thing? Much less, how is it still a thing? And that is a very important why question that you need to follow.
Oh my God.
Why?
Listen to this. Mark Renfro says, have you ever noticed that all prolific historic figures are so distinct you could pull them out of a lineup just by their silhouette? That's one huge sign they're made up. Oh, but every like the conspiracies, they just keep getting like wilder and wilder. Now every historical figure is made up. Okay. When in 200 years people talk about say, I don't know, my Uruguayan president Pepe Mujica. I met him personally. How is that how is that made up? Like, seriously.
Pepe Mojica is fake now. Okay.
Pepe Mojica is fake. Yeah.
He's fake. He's
never
not real.
existed. And you can pretty much tell him just by his silhouette. He had a very distinct kind of build. So yeah, apparently in 100 years that will have been faked. Okay. It's just wild how they just invent whatever the hell they want.
Why would that ever be a thing? Because there is no other way out from the unavoidable, inevitable, yet uncomfortable fact that the Earth is not moving. It's uncomfortable for
wrong. The Earth is 100% moving. Your friend Bob measured the rotation of the Earth with it. Well, what are you doing? Please remember that his friend Bob Nodell measured 15 degrees per hour drift. That is just a fact.
For those who have an extreme bias. If the Earth's moving, cool. If it's not moving, cool. If it's a globe, cool. If it's a plane, cool. You know, Earth is actually land that came up out of the water. And there's water everywhere. And I don't claim to know like any finite dimensions of the Earth.
We know. You don't claim to know anything. But that is just, as I've pointed it out many times before, that is just a scummy tactic so that you don't have to make a claim in debate. Oh, no, I don't know what shape the Earth is. I just know it's not a globe. So if you don't know what the shape of the Earth is, you're not prepared to have the debate. If you don't know what the moon is, you're not prepared to have the debate. If you're not sure what the sun is, then you really don't have anything in the debate. And again, always let's remember that this is Witsit who went to Antarctica, saw the 24-hour sun, and still claims that the Earth is flat. How? And he talks about, cognitive bias and people being retarded. Like, Witsit, why don't you look at yourself in the mirror just a little bit, and realize that you're just projecting.
But the point is that it just is what it is. If poisonous chemical concoctions called vaccines were good for you, cool. If they're poison,
I already gave you the argument of chemotherapy and vaccines are not poisonous. You're just Witsit, you know less about chemistry than you know about physics and religion. Chemistry is the topic you must know the least. So shut your freaking hole before talking about chemistry when you have no idea what the difference is between a salt and an acid. and that you don't know that you can start with a toxic cocktail of hydrochloric acid and you can end up with table salt. That's how much we know about chemistry. Witsit, you're just hilariously dumb.
Poison, cool. Like truth is just truth, man. And this is the Jewish lie that deceived the entire world.
Truth is just truth. What a
Name
lovely...
drop. Name drop.
Yes. What a lovely tautology that was. It's like, oh. I doubt he even knows what a tautology is.
If everything is relative so much so that you can't even like measure things in physical reality and actually know that that's what they are, right? You can't trust anything. The time and space conspire against you to deceive you in a way that
He's so paranoid. That's a sign of cocaine use. Just putting it out there.
you can never verify. Truth cannot be truly known. There is no truth. There is literally no objective truth. It's all relative to reference frame. What does that cascade into? Well, if in the physical reality, there is no actual truth, there's no tangible truth, then there's definitely not going to be any moral truth, right? Moral
Don't. You have no leg to stand on to talk about morality. You spat on your wife. What are we doing here? Do you seriously want... How many times have you been arrested with it? Because, you know, we have your whole criminal record, right? And you want to talk to me about morality and you want to say that I'm a filthy atheist that just wants to sin when I have zero encounters with the police other than me just helping out people in the street. That's all the encounters I have with the police. I found a lady that had fallen down some stairs on the street, helped her get up, called the police. I found one time a car with a broken window, and I stayed there so that more people wouldn't go into the car. I called the police. Like, I'm a helpful person. And you want to talk to me about morality when you spat on your wife, when you were having a discussion, and because you were being filmed, instead of hitting your wife, you hit the couch, but still lost your shit. And she got saved because there was a camera there. And you want to talk to me about morality? Are you crazy? You got arrested in Mount Rushmore for being a complete idiot. Because if you moved down a flight of stairs, you had a free zone where you could just derp in the same way that you were derping there. And you want to talk to me about morality? Dumbass. Dumb ass.
relativism. So, I mean, yeah, moral relativism. Of course, you have the reductionist. It's just very reductionist. It's just like, it's like the reality must work way that I say. Light must go this fast. It must go exactly the same speed every time. It must be physical. Everything must be little pieces of matter because I'm a materialist. So everything is material or derived from materialism, all right, or derived from matter. And so now that little piece of matter called light, because it has to be matter, is now going to travel. So of course, if it's going to travel as a little piece of matter, then it's going to go a certain speed.
You're lying again. No, light is not matter because there is an matter-energy equivalence, but light has no mass. So if it doesn't have mass, then it's not matter. It has energy. It has energy, but it doesn't have mass. So wrong again. I forgot both times. I forgot to do a derp counter.
Right. And it's like when you start to fall off into that world, and then now you're trying to explain something as inexplicable as the earth is moving and the light is traveling further and it's taking longer, but actually it's going to not take longer and not travel further. Like, you're going to just...
Lindsay, I can't fault him for that because I am also a hand speaker. So, I mean, I don't... That's really not too big of a problem for me.
Go into nonsense land. This is also what's really funny is like when you're limited to this, like this is like a fundamental requirement for a materialistic worldview now, because if you step outside of the material world and what was removed for this lie, the ether, is a thing, well, that's a major problem, right? Like, how are you materialist? How is there nothing other than matter or something derived of matter? Everything that exists comes from matter. It's just a materialistic world. If there's something that exists outside the materialistic world, something that's beyond the physical, or specifically
How did you know? How do you know that though? I mean, I'm not going to harp a little too much on that because I'm underrepresented here today. But like, see, this argument is just silly. This idea of he just tries to make a theological argument from the first and second law of thermodynamics, and the first law is a misunderstanding. No, sorry. The second, the use of the second law that he does in order to try and justify his theological position is wrong. And when he talks about the first, matter not being able to be created or destroyed, and then saying that God did create matter, then that's just an appeal to, a special pleading fallacy with it. So, yeah. And also, this is a nadir kind of level of argumentation to try and justify your theology. This just sucks. Absolutely sucks. You should be ashamed and learn theology, something like that.
The material. Because I would say, like, you're getting really, it's like you're getting close and kind of semantical there, because it's like physical properties. Tesla said that the ether is substantive and has a tenuity beyond conception. So it's just like insanely thin. So it's like we have air, and then you have the ether, which is like super thin medium.
You said that the ether was immaterial. How can something immaterial be thin and that you cannot measure or quantify intrinsically? So how do you know that is thin? Again, contradicting yourself. This is exhausting with it.
Medium. So that would be like physical, but not necessarily material. But this is outside of the perceivable physical material world. And everything else seems to be derived of that, meaning it's the primary substance. And like, how do we know that? Well, because it's the first thing in which all other things come from. What exists outside the material world? Something or nothing. Nothing doesn't exist, therefore it's something.
That is one of the most asinine arguments that ever existed, because you can just say that all there is the material world. And that would mean that there is nothing outside of the material world, but it's the actual conception of nothing. With it, this is just like completely asinine. Have you ever heard any kind of justification like that for belief in God, Dr. J?
No, I'm not following Witsit. Oh man, he is a headache. I mean, when I try really hard to understand what he's saying, I just can't follow it. And he kind of talks in a way where he throws out some big words, so it just like seems like it takes a lot of energy just to follow him. And then when you try to follow him, you feel like you come left wanting. I mean, you're just like, you get to the end, you're like, why did I try so hard? There was nothing there.
So if I have a vacuum chamber and I see light inside that vacuum chamber and it's waving, okay, what is waving?
The light itself.
Right? Because a wave is not a thing. And like people.
Oh my God, this is. Yes, in general, in the material, in general, waves are a motion of a medium. Sure. Okay. But electromagnetic waves are a distinct kind of a wave, that they are their own medium. They just goes. It just goes. My mom bakes cake says, I'm just a material girl, Madonna.
People try to act like that's like it's funny when I say like wave is a verb, not a noun. They're like, it's like, do you not get it? It's simple. I can I can wave my hand. I can't hand you a wave. I can't go grab a wave out of the ocean.
I can wave my hand. He really said that. Oh, you should have sung a song.
Is he saying there's no such thing as like radio waves? Is that I don't
what
even
he's
know.
trying to say is that waves in and of themselves are not a thing, that they require a medium. And what he's saying is that light goes through waves through the ether. But the problem is that this thing that he's saying is contradicting what he said at the beginning, that light doesn't travel. So it doesn't travel. What kind of a wave is it? What's it? Again, the internal contradictions are absolutely insane. Because you can't wave, like light cannot wave. Even if I grant you that the ether is there, light cannot wave if it's not traveling.
Wow, I can grab water out of the ocean. When water's in the ocean.
Yeah. And
well, I've got to get going, guys. Good to see you. It's getting to where my nephew wants to take me away, so I better get going. I think in about 2 weeks, I'm going to start a Thursday afternoon show. We've talked about it, Max, so more to coming on that. But I'm going to try to do an every Thursday thing now that I'm settled in. So,
all right,
you guys
people,
will see me around.
You're going to get
around.
Sorry,
probably 30 minutes to an hour each week. I'm not as long-winded as you, Max. I don't have as many awesome things to say.
Do you want to spoil us a little bit? What are you planning on doing?
I think I'm going to do every Thursday something about related to our ability to change our minds. And I've got a book. I'm going to maybe review a chapter, maybe review some videos about it. But I think that's going to be the main subject. And if people enjoy it, I may even do a little thing where I'm going to invite people to like jump on the stream and try to change my mind about something. And then we will maybe debate something. And then when we get done, we're going to talk about how we felt about changing our mind about it. So we could pick any subject, some sport, some, silly thing. And it's not even about whatever we're arguing about so much. It's about thinking about changing our mind. I don't know. It's something I'd like to explore.
Awesome. Yes, more than welcome. So people, you're going to get a lot more Dr. J. And well, now that you're settled in, we need to finish the Mehdi Hassan review.
Yeah, we should get that on the schedule for this week if that's possible.
Yes, for this upcoming week, we should do that so we can finish it. And thank you so much. Glad to see that you're now settled in. And now you're a Florida man. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to make a little running gag about that, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. I'll take the Florida man mantle here for the next 3 months or so.
Awesome. All right. Thanks for dropping by, Dr. J. We love you so much. Take care.
See you guys. Yep. Bye.
Ocean and it's moving. It can wave. It's the water that's moving, right? When I wave my towel to get the sand off of it, it's the towel. The medium is the towel. The medium is the water. You cannot even.
Meraki says, please do a review of Witsit Creepy Rumble stream earlier in the week. He was red pilling underage girls in Omegle. Yes, Sunday, co-stream between Mike from the Drunk Debunk Show and me. We're going to do half over at the Drunk Debunk Show and half over here. But yes, it's in the pipeline. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. It will definitely happen, and it's going to be absolutely wild.
Waving is a type of motion. So if light is waving, what exactly is moving? If it's supposedly just some little particle there, then what's going on? Oh, it's a particle and a wave. A wave isn't a thing. So what is it? What exactly is it? There's some medium that's moving. And yeah.
Again, baseless assertion after baseless assertion. My bro CK says, that's awesome. Glad you will be going over it. Oh, yeah. I'm not too fond of repeating repeating coverage over and over on the same thing. But the problem is that he's on a downward spiral that it's wild. And I mean that Omegle thing, that is just absolutely disgusting. Like, I should shave my beard so that they're not scared of me being a fucking almost 40-year-old middle-aged man with 2 kids chatting with underage people. You're a disgrace. Fucking disgusting, dude.
You have to actually invoke special pleading. You have to say this is the singular exception to a universal principle, which is that waving is a
absolutely. I didn't know other channels have covered it. So you and Mike will be my first. Oh.
a type of motion requiring a medium. Oh, not when it comes to light. Oh, not when it comes to light. But the point is, man, that this is so foundational to the way that everyone views the world. And it is a huge deal. It's a huge deal.
Sea Lion Prime says, for $5, thank you so much, my friend. How did Witsit get lost on his way to the store? Instead of taking the second left, he took the third right. Yeah.
Dang, that was bad, man. That was bad.
Stop
That was
it.
bad, man.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, man.
You, Sea Lion Prime, wins the internet.
Okay, that wins
for
the pun
today.
award.
That was
Wow.
such a great joke.
Wow.
Great joke. Fascinating. Thank you so much, Sea Lion.
And then we start spilling off. So now you got rid of the ether. Like, I don't think people realize like the cascade effect of this, right? So you pull in theory of relativity, you got to keep the earth moving. In order to do that, what do you got to do? You got to get rid of the ether. Now we throw the ether out that. Okay, so now we have.
Gee, I wonder why we got rid of the ether. Does it have anything to do with the fact that we fucking disproved it? Or falsified it, rather? Oh, yeah, it's exactly that. Okay.
Yeah,
Obviously, the cosmological implications.
Yeah. It was a placeholder. It was an idea that we had about an underlying medium. Turned out it was wrong. But we've had so many ideas like that in the past. These people are like terrified of being wrong. They think that being wrong is a bad thing. And actually being wrong is a good thing. Because when you're wrong and you find out that you're wrong,
you can become
then
right.
You can improve. Then you can continue looking for the right thing. I don't know why they're so afraid of making mistakes, of admitting defeat, of saying, I don't know. I see, for example, I don't know as an invitation to find out. And I believe that you're the same, that intellectual curiosity of, okay, someone asks you a question and you say, I don't know, but why don't we find out together? Why don't we search? Right? It's such a great invitation to expand your knowledge. And of course, getting out of the situation of being wrong is always a good thing. Oh my. Sea Lion Prime for $5 more. Thank you so much, buddy. Witsit birth is evidence of the theory of relativity, if you can catch my drift. Oh boy.
Applications, which is
Meraki, this is exactly what we're doing right now. He's going on a tangent about Einstein, but there's a part 1 of this same video, same thumbnail, everything I did about a week ago or so. But yeah, this is exactly what we're doing.
Is that the Earth is still moving, and so it's free falling through space, because it has to be free falling because we can't detect its motion. So it's like it can't.
He's repeating himself for like the 5th time, the exact same thing. And this is something that you will notice in people who are just like flat out lying to you. That repetition is what forces the message in. So when someone just repeats it himself over and over and over, that is, to me, a red flag.
Motion can't be detected because it's in free fall on the states as you get like interferometry with
Oh, for fuck's sake.
perfectly a junction, then you should be able to detect it. You don't detect it, so you're motion around the sun, but also going straight. And while you're on the earth, it's just going straight for us acting. And all of those combined create the deception. Really, bro? Okay, so obviously there's that. Now we're a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness. We have no true importance or significance. We do not occupy a unique or special position.
Maybe we could skip past this interferometry stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying. I just don't
No,
want
I
to go
completely understand. It's like I really want to hear. I'm with you. I want to hear the political, religious stuff.
Yes.
We know interferometry. We know Michelson-Morley. We know electrostatic. We want to hear the other stuff.
Yeah. Now, let me...
Nothingness. We have no true importance or significance. We do not occupy a unique or special...
Okay, that. Witsit thinks that to be the most special ever, you have to be in the center. And there is no actual reason why that would be the case. Let me put on my Christian hat for a moment. And I hope that my Christian friends feel actually represented by what I'm going to say now, because I'm really putting on an effort to represent your position fairly. Witsit says that the only reason Earth can be special is if it is in the center. But it is actually the case that this planet is special because it's the only planet that has life in the universe because God made it that way. And he just put it the third planet from the sun, and it is special because it's our home. The location of it is completely meaningless. So this argument with it just falls on its face, because you could make the same argument with the way everything is right now. And I think that is a very fair representation of what a Christian rebuttal to that stupidity would be. I think my friend Peter Markley would agree with me on this one. He left Watch a Series, but I think he would agree with me.
Special position, if that gets us here in the first place. That doesn't even work. You have tons of fine-tuning problems. You have foundational ontological problems with that, right?
You can't even spell ontological. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. See
Supernatural, all that stuff is fake, right? Everything, nothing, or, atheism. An atheist would say that nothing exists outside them. There isn't the metaphysical and the supernatural. All that stuff is fake.
That's a very good representation of atheism. Atheism just believes that there's nothing. This is what an atheist believes. There's just nothing.
He's so dumb. He's so dumb.
Thing derives from the material world. It comes from matter or
I'm
is
sorry,
matter.
I want to say one thing.
Yes.
What I think about this makes me laugh, is I think people believe that atheists are like people from God's Not Dead. Like they believe in this completely out of whack, like people sipping wine and they're like, yes. I'm gonna have my caviar now. God doesn't exist. It's just a fairy tale that these people made up. But in reality, we hate God because they took our mom away from us. Like, this is what people think atheists are. Like, smoking cigars with tweed coats on. It's so unbelievable.
Looking for the next opportunity to sin, because we love sin so much, and we want degeneracy, and we want anarchy and society to collapse, and nothing could be further from the truth. King Fede says, hi Max and chat from the land of Pisa. Hello Fede, how are you? I've seen you on Twitter, Fede. You make some very funny posts.
And everything can be explained. Everything can be explained with naturalism, natural laws, right?
Yeah.
Natural processes.
Yeah.
So, like, even just applying the implications of that belief system, you end up with a supernatural creator.
No, you don't. Where do you get that? Where the fuck do you just said everything is natural, everything is physical. How the fuck do you get a creator from that? Like, seriously, dude. No wonder you will not take a debate with me about anything. Because I will literally mop the floor with you. You will never recover from a debate with me. Never.
That exist outside the material world. So I'm total side point there, but it's just funny because that is the thing that everyone's trying to avoid here. Can't avoid it in any scenario. We can't avoid it.
Says Witsit completely without evidence, completely without, like, he doesn't even have an argument. He just says, what's outside of the material world? Nothing or something, like completely unwarranted. Completely unwarranted. Oh.
They have to say that the Earth doesn't occupy a special or unique position, because if the Earth occupies a unique, special position, i.e. the center, for example, if the Earth's in the center, the
problem is that it's okay. You can make all of the stupid arguments you want. The Earth is not in the center of the universe. That is just a brute fact. We're not even the center of the solar system, buddy. We're not even the center of the solar system. And in your position, if you're going to take the geocentric position, you have Earth, you have the sun orbiting the Earth, and then you have the planets orbiting the sun. It makes no sense, and it's a special pleading fallacy. So lovely how dumb and dumber you're getting. I think the cocaine is starting to just like break your brain. I honestly think that. I think you're just becoming dumber by the day from doing so much cocaine.
very center of the entire universe. How to get there, bro? You're going to claim it randomly got there? Everyone knows that makes no sense logically.
It would make no sense logically. It's just that it's not true. Sea Lion Prime for $5 says, "It Witsit doesn't get a girl's number. Does he accuse her of a fallacy?" Yes. I'm trying to think which fallacy that would be, but not sure.
It's the feminist reification fallacy.
Yeah, very good, Lisa. Awesome. Yes.
I find it's just. So, do you think he's looking because of his split from his partner? Is that what's happening?
Well, no, I mean it was. Hold on. What we were talking about wasn't the. He was trying to do something that other flat earthers have done. Like, for example, Dave Weiss debate with ChatGPT. They have run out of content to do. So now what he did was go into like an Omegle site that was filled with underage people. And he would, you know how you click, you get next, you get someone on screen, and he was like, "Hey, I'm going to red pill you. Did you know that the Earth is flat, space is fake, World War II was fake," and that kind of stuff. He was doing that to underage girls and boys, right? That's what we're kind of very angry at. And you will see Mike and I will do that video on Sunday, and we'll show you how horrible it gets, because there were times where he said that he was getting the underage people were telling him, "Oh, dude, you're old." It's like, Witsit is almost my age, right? I think he is actually my brother's age. I think he was born in 1990, so he's 35, right? He's a middle-aged man already. And he was saying like, "Oh, I should shave my face so that so that they don't figure out immediately that I'm a fucking creepy old ass middle-aged man speaking to underage." And King Fede is right. He did specifically set the filter to girls. Isa, I need to go to the toilet for just a minute. Would you like me to leave this playing, or do you want to talk to the peeps?
let's keep it playing because then we're
Okay.
going to try to get more. We'll try to finish this video. So
Yes,
let's keep it
yeah.
playing.
I have nothing else to do today or
Let's
tomorrow.
finish it.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm stuck in bed. So let's finish the video, and
you got
when you
it.
get back, we'll stop and I'll give commentary afterwards. I think that's good.
Perfect. I will. I'll put when I go to the toilet. I put on the actual speakers, so I can still hear what's going on. So, but yeah, I'll pause myself and I'll go to the toilet and be right back.
So, in order to claim the Earth does not occupy a special unique position, you're going to have to obviously claim that it's moving and that everything's moving, and that when you're on the Earth, you can't tell that it's moving, and everything that looks like it's moving in the sky is actually not moving in relation to the Earth. We're making it look like it's moving, and all motion's relative, and it's this huge, ever expanding. And it goes on and on and on. Because then they even claim that because it's not just the physical tests that show we're not moving. It's not just your everyday experience that shows you're not moving. It's not just all empirical measurements ever taken on the Earth that show that it's not moving. It's also celestial observations. When you look out in the sky as far as we can with the best telescopes we have, it shows like everything makes the Earth look like it's in the center. And it's not just like, oh, I can only see this a certain distance in all directions, so I feel like I'm the center. No. The actual distribution of everything places us in the center. So it's like, oh, well, it's expanding in all directions, and it's accelerating while it does that, creating the illusion that we're in the center. It's very interesting that there's a whole lot of repeated, unfalsifiable, unproven coincidences that all stack up on some trust me, bro, that conveniently escape the acknowledgement of the Earth being special. Very interesting. And so now, obviously, we're going to now steer off of that and what else comes from it. Because what did we have to do to try to make that claim, to protect that claim, that Copernican principle, that philosophical bias, which has no business in science? What did they have to do? They had to throw out the ether. That is such a major blow. It was the foundational understanding of all electrical field theory at the time. It created the electrical grid that you use to this day. And the result of this was that electrical field theory became stagnant. And guess what? We're still using AC generators, which when Tesla was asked to make it was like, okay, I'll do it, but this is really primitive and not nearly as efficient as what could be used, because there's endless energy. Like there's an abundance of energy everywhere. So you want me to use this little like AC generator so you can put a little dial on it and quantify it and charge money for it, whatever. So he makes the AC generator, and then Charles Produce Steinmetz, who's kind of like omitted, he comes along and perfects it, perfects what limited technology it was. And we all still use that to this day. You had the progression of DC to AC, and everyone's paying their utility bills and blah, 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 blah. We have this very like energy and transportation are the two primary things: food, energy, transportation. That's without those. And like, think about food, really, I mean, largely comes down to energy and transportation as well. Without these strangleholds, the strangleholds of energy, transportation, and food and water, then we are we don't really need, you can't tell us what to do as a people, basically. Like we can't be controlled. Now, we won't get all the way into that. Like, some control is good, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not like a true anarchist. I don't think it's feasible. In maybe the perfect system is like a just king, but you have to know he's just and then accountable to the people and blah, 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 blah. So that's a whole different discussion, different stream, whatever. But the point here is that it stopped all progression in electrical field theory. That alone is a huge deal. Okay, what else did it do? Well, you threw the ether out. So now there is only the material. There is no like metaphysical realm outside of that. There is no additional medium. There is no primary substance that everything's coming from, which was the understanding for thousands of years. Because again, you can just use basic logic to understand that what exists outside the material world, something or nothing, nothing can exist. There must be something. If we see that, light is waving, okay, well, that means something's moving. What is moving? What is waving? Right? There are many different basic, lines of reasoning that lead you to the ether, and this was known about for all of time, right? I mean, you have like the luminiferous ether and the Akashic records and all this stuff, right? The milk of the gods and all these different names for the acknowledgement of the same idea. Inevitable
Oh my God. He really just said Akashic records. He has no idea what the fuck Akashic records are. That is Hindu mysticism, you stupid fuck. And also, did you catch how he saw that he said the best system would be a just king? Did you catch that?
He wants a monarchy. I think you might see that in South Asian mysticism too. Yeah.
Yeah. Shin Madero says, I'm into Hindu mysticism, and that's awesome. That's great for you. But he was bashing on Jewish mysticism not 10 minutes ago, right? And I also saw this. Shin said, why waste time debunking random idiots? Why not get into some real philosophy? Philosophy in general bores me. I'm more of a science guy. But the reason why I'm on this little crusade against Witsit is because out of all the derplings in the flat earth, he's the most dangerous one because he does have the skill of persuasion. He has his gullible audience eating right from his butthole, right in the rim of the anus. They're just eating there, and that's dangerous. He's spouting Nazism, neo-Nazism, and pro anti-Semitism, and that makes him extremely dangerous. So that's why I have this little crusade against this fucking moron. And that's why he's been running away from me, because he knows. He plays the tough guy, but he knows he will never recover from a debate with me. Never. He will get so destroyed in any topic. He will just get obliterated. And it might be a career ender for him, except for the fact that his gullible audience will still continue to just lick the rim of his butthole.
Truth.
Oh, sorry. Isa, anything else you would like to add about that little time frame?
Yeah, I do think it's interesting. Why critique Jewish mysticism if you're promoting South Asian mysticism?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a strange route to take.
Yeah, the internal contradictions are a bitch, and when you're a liar, that's what tends to happen. That's what happens to liars. Is that you lie, and if you're not incredibly smart, you forget that you lied, and then you contradict yourself, and that's why liars usually get caught. He's so dumb that he doesn't realize his internal contradictions. It's as simple as that.
I just want to hone in on an idea there. So anyway, so you throw that out. What else do you have to do now? Well, we have all kinds of phenomena, right? We have all kinds of things. We have it's just magnetism, electricity, static electricity, and lights. Okay, so energy. Which again, energy is not even properly defined. The ability or capacity to do work isn't a definition.
It's an exact definition, you doofus. If you have a better definition, then make it and gain a Nobel Prize. It's $1 million. It might help you with the fact that you're broke. You're broke as fuck.
The description of something that can be done to do work. Okay, what does that mean? What is it? And I have my own answer, but it doesn't matter. That's a whole I keep saying these are different streams. They are defining energy, properly defining energy. That's a whole stream. I'll put my definition in the book. So anyway, so now you have to explain all these things without an ether, without a primary substance, without a medium. So what do? You're going to start creating all kinds of little balls so you can count them, and because everything has to be material. So it's light must be matter. Photon, electricity must be matter.
Meraki says pretty much everything about him screams sexually insecure, pathological narcissist. Real Sickness says Kai made all the money and his poor mom is paying the mortgage. Really? But he said the lease was over, so he doesn't have a mortgage. He rents. But maybe his mommy pays the rent. I don't have data about that. It does seem plausible since he's been literally begging for money online for months. But then he does incoherent things like buy $100 hoodies and that kind of stuff because they look fresh, right?
Electron. So you're just creating concepts of little balls, creating little cartoons, and then counting them. And so now we get all the way down into this, pseudoscientific materialistic framework that we were all told as a young age of how to understand.
Shin Madero says, I buy much more expensive hoodies than that. Yeah, but the difference is that you're not begging for money on the internet, right? Yeah, it's not like you're buying $100 hoodies and then begging to your audience for money, or setting up GoFundMe without reason because he can't talk about it yet. And we all know that it's because he's got separated from the breadwinner and is now almost destitute.
In the world. And so, like, as a base, like if I allowed my daughters to just go to public school, they would be taught and then start to view the world as if everything was made up of like bouncing balls everywhere. It's just chaos.
Witsit, yeah, you know that's because they actually are, and I already showed it last time. Picture of atoms. Witsit. We have taken actual pictures of atoms, and we use electron microscopes and Brownian motion, and all of chemistry relies on our understanding of atoms and how atomic bonds work and how molecular bonds work. That's how we can develop, for example, my contact lenses that I rarely wear anymore because it's a little bit I got old and I used to wear them for 2-3 days in a row and nothing happened, but now my eyes are a little bit tired, so that I don't wear them a lot anymore. But chemistry has given us my contact lenses, which are permeable to gases, right? So we have a rigid piece of plastic that lets gases through. So, yep. And wait, yeah, Sunflower, you are right. But the rudimentary chemistry in the past was just about finding, combinations of chemicals and reactions and that kind of stuff. Our modern understanding of chemistry absolutely relies on atomic theory. No, the girls are with her mother.
It seems like it's not chaos, but actually it's chaos, and there are balls bouncing everywhere, and everything's made up of thousands of little different types of balls. And just trust me, bro. And that's what everything's made of. And
no, not trust me, bro. We have evidence, which you probably don't know what that even is because you don't know what evidence is.
That isn't true, and this has huge implications, and it's extreme.
Meraki, yes, we covered that on part 1. He said the same thing here. Yes. And the Holocaust didn't happen, and the Nazis were the good guys and that kind of thing.
Extremely limited. And then you get into, people started getting into the quantum realm.
Sunflower, you're 100% correct. The problem is that Witsit says that atomic bombs are fake, that they don't exist.
In quantum mechanics, and it doesn't work. But they just keep on counting with balls, and they keep trying to make it work, then it doesn't work. And they get all these paradoxes, and now they're saying like, oh, there are particles at the same place at the same time. If you move one, it moves the other one. It's like, no, it's just a medium, of course.
Motherfucker, that's called quantum entanglement. I have a paper in which we measured quantum entanglement with a particle on Earth and a particle in space. Yeah, again, with it lying and failing at every claim he makes.
It's interconnected. If I mess with this side of the lake, I mess with the whole lake, so the whole lake has been messed with. But no. Like so, like instantaneous action at a distance, or damn near instantaneous action at a distance, or superposition, all these things. The whole like quantum mechanics realm, right, is super limited and paradoxical because they had to get rid of the ether. But of course, they've now just had to acknowledge it basically, but just call it different things. And then they take each different characteristic of that ether and they call it a different name. And so you end up getting all kinds of stuff like quantum foam, quantum fluid, blah, 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 because they can't just say there's a unifying primary medium and there's a bunch of different, phenomena that happen within it, come from it. So that's a huge deal as well, right? That's like,
I like that we agree on this. Sunflower says, well, I can only play devil's advocate for so long. Yeah, Witsit is unfortunately deluded or bad faith or both. Yeah, not to mention anti-Semitic and a wife-spitting bastard. And then Zoomy Tomato says, quantum mechanics is not paradoxical. Again, Witsit doesn't know a single fucking thing he's attempting to talk about and failing miserably. Yep, that is exactly what is happening.
like a huge deal. So if you really think about the implications of this lie, it's like never ending, because each of those things I brought up, I could talk for another literal 10 hours probably.
Yeah, and you would be lying for 10 hours because you have no idea. I'm going to speed this up a little bit because I want to finish.
Going through all the specifics of everything.
Love that 100%.
So
Mhm.
I think that this
It's
really
rough.
I'm sorry?
I said this is rough.
Yeah. Let me push
And
it up forward a little bit, see if we can get back to the actual derp that we came to see today.
everything whenever. That's really kind of what I'm thinking right now, is like just a general name for the show, and then maybe like a subheading for general topics that are come up with, and it's the same time.
Let Poindexter on for commentary. No.
On the certain days, every time, consistently on time, and it starts the intro like an hour early.
Oh no, Poindexter is banned. Poindexter is banned because he came on an after show, hadn't watched the debate, and all he wanted to talk about was the gays. So no, Poindexter can go suck a dick. Well, actually, a bag of dicks. He's the smartest guy around, I think. Yeah, well, he's a discriminatory piece of shit, so he can go get fucked in the a-hole. Right in the butthole.
We stream on all the platforms, and yeah, just except we're demonetized on YouTube once I start really doing that, because I'm not going to censor
Yeah, you're demonetized on YouTube because you're a pice of shit.
myself. And cool, we hook up the members with like private behind the scenes and private streams that other people don't get, or like
skip ahead of this. This is like plug for his stuff, for his show.
Yes.
There's a lot of plugs here. We have to get through the plugs.
Did you see that he started a fitness community fasting kind of a thing?
Yeah, he talks about that in this video.
Yeah. Dan makes a great point. Another internal contradiction: demonetized on YouTube, but still gets $300 super chat. This guy, he can't even get his lies straight.
Or whatever.
Oh, isn't that cute? Is that an anti-gay comment from you? Is sucking dick bad? No, sucking dick is awesome. But he thinks it's bad, so it's a perfect insult for him. You probably don't understand how insults work. But yeah, Poindexter, he's never coming on again.
So yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to do. Now, see, like this is the thing though. I mean, like I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to just come here and talk about FA every day. Like I just don't.
Because the grift is over. From the moment that you agreed to go in the final experiment, you've been looking for your next grift with it. The problem is that you suck so hard. You're so unskilled at everything that you don't have a grift. What's it? You have been reduced to promoting neo-Nazism. That's how dumb you are.
That's the thing. So. But I actually have a different take on all this. Because again, I did consider not coming back and all that, but I am going to. So the point is,
oh, that would have been so good. Yeah, go away. Go and make fries at McDonald's and just leave us alone. You're a disgrace to the content making.
Being like much more well versed and just like you're the flat Earth guy, like you're a flat earther.
Yeah,
but they like demanding respect in all these other fields.
You don't demand any kind of respect whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
But just also like standing there toe to toe, like someone tries to check you
toe to toe. Witsit, you're in the level 10 basement. What the fuck are you talking about? You're the barrel that is on the bottom of every other barrel that exists.
You or they're under the bus or try to act like they're stupid because of flat Earth. You just hold your own. And now it's going to actually, now it's getting forced into arenas and realms that normally would be excluded from. So I actually think like the worst advice ever is to be like, just talk about FE all the time over here in the corner where everyone can just easily just avoid you and ignore it. Or it's like break down all these other topics and it can
break down. Yeah, that's what you're having right now. It's a breakdown. You're desperate for money. You're desperate to not have an actual job. And then you're trying to find your grift and just can't because you're trying racism, you're trying all of these rage baiting positions because you know they get engagement and people make videos about you like we're doing right now. But yeah, I mean, maybe you should try looking for a job, but you're completely unemployable with the shit that you say. So you're in a conundrum right now.
Compelling way that kind of demands respect, and also you can't avoid FE now. Let's get to these scriptures. I feel you, bro.
If there weren't giant legal implications, it would be piss funny to have an interview with someone who really knows him IRL and can expose him what an asshole he most likely is 24/7. Don't give me ideas. Don't give me ideas.
That is something else as well, is that there are like huge topics scripturally that
I'll debate you on scripture. I'll debate you on any topic. I accept any debate that you want. Any. You know, A. Sitnik, he's here. Some of you might remember was the guy that did a Nazi salute on stream and got banned. Artem is his name. And Artem says, good call, I'm down, keep going, but don't focus on flat Earth at the moment. You need to go with what's important, is what I wanted to say. And here is Witsit. So let me tell you the story because I don't think Isa knows about this. So there was an after show we were doing, and this Artem guy came in drunk, tried to debate me, got absolutely crushed, and then because he was so desperate, did a Nazi salute on camera. The next day, when he sobered up, he sent me messages on Discord, mortified of what he had done, telling me that his family had run away from Russia to avoid the Nazis. And here is Artem supporting Witsit, completely talking about how the Nazis are great and that stuff. Like, this is why I say that his audience are just gullible idiots. It's because he was crying and he was super sad that he was banned because I was calling him a Nazi, and told me the story about how his family had been, my family escaped Russia from the Nazis and yada, yada, yada. And then I said, okay, if you come on the show and publicly apologize for what you did, then I might let you back on. But like they have no coherence whatsoever. They're just, this is just wild. Dan says Artemis from X, he's a complete fucking moron. Yeah, I agree. What I'm pointing out right now is the incoherence and the contradictions they have. That knows best. John says, I have to train 16-year-old apprentices at my company. I can honestly say Witsit is the kind of moron that would nail his foot to his ear on the first day. I agree.
Like even things I'm trying to like really figure out. Yeah, I mean,
even people in his chat, Common Sense is telling him, what's with that blouse, bro? I love that. When he gets so pissed when his audience pushes back at him. He's like, you will not challenge my authority.
maybe bringing on guests about that. Bringing on like West Blaze, said that, shout out to West Blaze, and then bringing on like Sean for Kingdom Context. There are certain questions that
oh my god, Sean the wannabe cult leader who twists scripture to fit his narrative, and Sean, the guy who calls himself a Christian and thinks that the Book of Enoch is scripture. Okay, yeah, you might be better off getting theological advice from me at that point. Like, seriously.
I don't know if anyone knows some of the answers or people were all trying to figure it out.
That hood is so cool.
Oh,
I love hoods because now that I'm bald, my scalp gets cold super easily. So I love a good hood, and that one looks great.
okay, calm down, keep doing that, but don't focus on FE at the moment. You need to go with what is important, is what I wanted to say. Okay, I hear you. You were saying like don't hyper focus on FE.
Artem sent another message and says, Witsit, I can see you with Candace in the future.
Yeah, it's a shirt that I put on after I swam, bro. I was sweating. So yes, you guys are okay. The fact you guys are arguing about whether or not it has holes in it shows you that it's fine. So
I mean, Eric, your head gets cold. Have cat sit on your head. No, dude, he doesn't like that. The most he's been doing now that it's really cold at night, he sleeps right next to my legs, pressed up against my legs, but on top of the, like the linen and the bed, the duvet. Sorry, had a brain fart there. But yeah, he doesn't like to be touched too much. Every once in a while, he'll side of the face me to brand me, but that's about it. If I grab him too much, he just goes away. And if he's sleeping next to me and I touch him, he will slowly move to outside of the reach of my hand, so I don't touch him while he's sleeping.
So, dun. All right, I don't think there's anything on Ko-fi, but I'm gonna check kofi.com/Witsit.
Again with the e-begging. I love that Witsit is a high-tech hobo right now. It just gives me, it makes me happy.
I can see you with Candace in the future. Maybe she's like imploding right now, going at Fuentes.
Yeah, all of that world is imploding. All of that world is imploding. And now that Congress actually approved the release of the Epstein files, oh boy, there's going to be gravitational waves generated out of this. So we might have to cover that when it comes out.
I'm about to do a G drop on that shirt.
Oh my God, check this out, Lisa. Chimi. Jewish, no. No such thing as Jewish according to the Bible. I love that. Still City Blanket, yeah, Dubai. I just brain farted. Will it be redacted? No, I guess we'll see.
In a world, no such thing as Jewish according to the Bible. It doesn't say that, actually. It says that it's not about being outwardly a Jew. But I mean, the word Jew was added. That's the whole thing.
I mean, it's a synonym of Hebrew. It's just that we have multiple words to talk about the same thing. So you have Hebrews, Jewish, Jew, to save 3 letters.
Or Israelite, yeah, you could use.
Or Israelite. It's all the same thing. They're talking about the exact same thing.
That's correct.
You can call this a mobile phone. You can call it a cell phone. You can just call it a phone.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't change what it is. I love how they're failing at basic word usage just because they're idiots.
That's the whole thing. I mean, the word that is translated as Jew is obviously already there, but it means like believer in Yah. And you also get, of course, Judah, Yehuda.
So let me tell you where the word comes from.
Believers.
I'll educate the audience. So yes, he's right that the word is, it can be connected to Yehuda because Yehuda was, one of the fathers of the tribes. But really where the word comes from is the word Todah. Even Yehuda comes from this word, which means gratitude. So a Jew is someone who is grateful to God. Yes. That's what a Jew means. That's why they're called Jews. Jews are called Jews because they're grateful or they're thankful to God. So that's it. It's a much simpler situation, but yeah, what it is.
I mean, the same way that Muslim means submitter to God, Jew means someone grateful to God. And then why is it? Because they come from the tribe of Judah.
Yeah, that's correct. Both things are correct. That's right.
This is not hard. Al Khwarizmi says, Kango Caps for the win. And Cozy 1984 says, I don't need to see Witsnip's first thing in the morning. I mean, but we get to see his nipples, so it's all good.
Of that, which is where you kind of get in the Yahuwah, being the argued name in a world. Some people get so triggered about that.
Why are you banging on the mic? Dumbass! Dumbass! No! You don't do that! Stop touching the mic and get to a point, please.
All right, cool. So, we stream for a couple hours now. I'm going to wrap this up in just a sec. But I will say,
I'm going to wrap this up in just a second.
It doesn't wrap up. It's like
40 minutes longer.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have John trying to bribe him to keep going, so there's no excuse.
Yeah, the ever fasting, grifting. It's like, do people not know what the word grifting means?
Yes, you are a fucking grifter. When you look up the definition of grifter, you appear there. Now you want to claim to be a health guru and starting a health. Like, what experience do you have? You know nothing. Nothing. Dan says overhand grip fetish as he moves it towards his mouth.
It means lying about something you don't actually believe in or deceiving people on purpose to make money. So talking about something that in the...
Oh, look, Nick Carey for $10 New Zealand said, love your work, Witsit. Have suspicions about what's been going on with you from whispers on the internet. When you're ready, would love to hear reflections on things for those going through similar. Nick, if you're going through similar stuff than Witsit, that means you spat on your wife. So And it was not only that. He spat on his wife, then he hit the couch because he was being filmed. I mean, you don't want to get relationship advice from Witsit, really.
context of like content creators. It's pushing something forward, talking about something, claiming to believe in something. You don't actually believe in, but you think you can make money off of it. Like Lucas
That's exactly what you're doing. You're describing yourself. Yes.
Gage said that I was grifting flat Earth. It's like he said that today. I'm like, bro, I'm cool with you. You know, like we're cool or whatever. But what are you talking about? It's the worst thing ever to grift. You're saying that
you are a grifter. That's exactly what you do. Witsit, you went to Antarctica. You saw the 24-hour sun. You know the Earth is a globe, and here you are still peddling flat Earth and nonsense because you're a grifter. It's okay. It's okay. At least you don't really have a chance to actually get in trouble with the police because people are voluntarily giving you their money. But it doesn't take from the fact that you're a fucking liar and a grifter. Emma says, hi, Max. Hi, Isa, and everyone. Hello.
I'm coming in. I don't think the Earth's flat. I'm pretending to so I can.
Yes, you do not think the Earth is flat. You know the Earth is a globe. You're just a grifter.
Make money. That doesn't make any sense.
It makes all
I can make
sense.
way more money actually just staying in your lane.
No, you can't because you've been derping out so much that you're completely unemployable. And also, we do not want you on the globe. You can stay a flat earther. You can stay a grifter. It's okay. We don't want you.
Way more money. Just calling out Israel, cakewalk. Now, you know, you go a little harder than just calling out Israel. I'll give you that or whatever. But I just think it's so funny people say stuff like that. But they said that about the fasting thing, and it was like, what? No, what are you talking? There were just some blends that you could take that help you fast much longer, that have electrolytes in it, that are designed to help with fasting. I tried some, I was sent some, and legitimately thought they were awesome. So then told you guys, hey, you should.
And of course, he takes his little cut of the thing, which we have no idea if he actually does it. But the science on this kind of fasting is scarce. I even saw some dangers of intermittent fasting like that. It's not really a good thing in general because you stress out your body so much when your body thinks that you're going into like a period of low nutrition. So even though you might lose some weight, when you go back to eating, your body thinks that you might run into the situation of not having nutrients. So your body starts being very stingy. It grabs everything it can, which in turn leads to you actually gaining more weight. So, and I mean, we see this, we have case studies of, for example, Ramadan, that people overindulge themselves after fasting, which in turn causes people to gain more weight than they lose. Ramadan is not about weight loss, but it's just a side effect. And Isa can attest to me that there are studies on this. It's not really a controversial take on my part.
No, it's true. And when you starve your body, like if you don't, that's why it's good to work with like a nutritionist and stuff. And if you're going to do fasting, it's good to work with experts because you need to learn your body. All our bodies aren't exactly the same, but sometimes we might think what happens is when we do this type of fasting, our bodies might think we're starving it. So what it does is exactly what Max said is it holds on to the stuff because it's afraid of our body starving, and it's a self-preservation maneuver that our bodies do. So yeah, we just have to get, we have to train each of our bodies are different. They're trained in different ways, and you got to learn your kind of body's physiology and chemistry. So, and that's important. It's not just fasting and stuff like that. And it's not just having electrolytes. There's not one size that fits all. So maybe this methodology could work, but it's not going to be a one size fits all. You would have to see how the electrolytes affect each person in this situation. and for him, it might be actually accurate. Maybe these things did work for him, but that doesn't mean it will work for one of the viewers of the show.
Another example I have of that very same thing, I think it was during one of the famines in Russia, the women that were pregnant and going through the famine, those babies were trained from birth that nutrients were very scarce, so their bodies. No, no, ¿qué haces? Sorry, he flipped the turtle.
Yeah, cats can be quite naughty.
Yeah, he attacks the turtle. So when the babies were born, they had a very high tendency to become overweight because on their fetal development, their bodies identified that it was a very scarce nutrient environment. So yeah, that's what happened.
They took everything they could get.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. It's logical.
Emma, I did what you asked of me, so no problem.
Definitely try this when you fast. And then, hey, here's how you can do it for free. But I tried that as well. And like you can use like just salt and lemon juice, but it's just not the same. It's not as good.
This is a total stream of consciousness. Like this entire video is a stream of consciousness. It's like reading James Joyce on steroids. Like we go from point A to point B to point C to point D. Like, I mean, I was shocked when I was watching this video. I'm like, how are we talking about electrolytes? I thought we're talking about the Great Lie. And then we're talking about electrostatics in the next breath. And then, or, you know, what is that, interferometry or something? Interferometry. We're talking about interferometry. And then we're talking about Einstein and watching Lana's video. And then we're talking about electrolytes. And then we're talking about $300 super chat. I'm just like, oh, Lord. I'm like, this thing is a stream of consciousness. I'm like, that's what the video should be titled. Ultimate stream of consciousness. We go all over the place. We're not talking about one thing. We're talking about 10,000 things.
With a sprinkle of schizophrenia, conspiracy theory, and discrimination, just for seasoning.
And marketing time and business.
And marketing, yeah, but panhandling and e-begging.
Because I feel that's like, I want to be honest, I feel that's like 50% of the video. I think it's mostly that. Because this portion is the same thing as that. And then there was earlier on, it's like, you know, I'm going to move and it's really difficult. So brothers and sisters, could you please give some of your money for the cause?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so hard. We're like, we just want to talk about the content of the Great Lie. We don't want to talk about electrolytes. We don't want to talk about interferometry. We don't want to talk about any of that stuff. We just want to talk about what the video's topic is.
Deja el tortugo, gato, la puta que te parió. Sorry. Cat speaks Spanish, and he flipped the turtle again. That knows best. John says, yes, completely agree. This is just brain without a filter. I'm waiting to hear about electrolyte being a Jewish conspiracy. Yeah, he flipped the freaking turtle over there twice already, and now he's here down below looking at it because the turtle is there in the corner of the room because he's hibernating, and he goes just and flips it.
Better with the blends. And, you know, someone has activated charcoal in there, so you can try to make your own, right? Just like the way that the blends were put together. They're awesome. So anyway, ever fasting, there's like a page. You're not going to get all the stuff. You're not going to get all. The point is, though, because I want to be able to bring like guests in, experts, and do all kinds of things. People always check out and talk about health too, and it's just like.
But yeah, because no one wants health advice from an idiot.
Repeatedly, even stubbornly, over the last 6 months, like how you feel is a lie. Like, although I did learn, and I've learned repeatedly, even stubbornly, over the last 6 months, like how you feel. It's so tied to what else is going on around you, who you're letting have access to you, or letting their energy be around you.
Their energy. Are you talking mysticism? Are you talking about what energy? What are you talking? Are you talking about their aura? This is just woo nonsense with it. This is just mysticism for Karens.
Oh, I thought we're not supposed to like mysticism. Wasn't that the whole premise of this video?
Yes.
We're not supposed to like mysticism, but now we're supposed to get the electrolytes and get our auras
And
get
get
your
Aurora.
energies correct. We gotta clean the energy from the evil eye, man. That energy, like the negative, hostile energies, are coming into our system.
Yeah, don't you get
Get into my juju.
by the by the eye of Sauron.
Oh my gosh. I'm just like, where is the evil conspiracy? That's what we're trying to get to that point, but
Yeah.
every second, electrolytes, interferometry. It's like this is the one in the video. It's so schizophrenic. It's unbelievable.
Oof.
Oh. It's like a
Here,
cat. It's like exactly like a cat. You know how like a cat's capricious?
Yes.
It's like, do I want to do this? No, maybe
No.
I want to do that. Do I want to go outside? Do I want to run and catch my tail? What do I want to do right now? I'm not sure. There's 10,000 things I can do.
oh, I want to play, and you throw him a toy, and then he goes like that, touches it a little time, and then goes to bed again. It's like, yeah, I'm done. John, that knows best, says how you feel is what tied to what's going on around you. Well, thanks for the insight. That was such a secret that no one else knows, that things and people can stress you out and yada yada.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't want to talk about all of it right now. I will. But
Can't
man,
wait.
Let's just say the last 6 months have been crazy.
I mean, yeah, dude, we saw you when you were telling to your wife, and I quote, "I hate you, dude, bro." Wait, no, hold on. Dude, I hate you, bro. That was it, and that's a quote. That's a direct quote. Dude, I hate you, bro. You are evil. I should have that file somewhere, but it has really bad sound.
Crazy. It have been rough for me, man. Rough for me.
Suck it. I don't feel bad about you. You spat on your wife. You deserve to be left in the dust. And guess we'll see how she feels about the kids. Because that's going to be another battle.
So anyway, I don't want to talk about that right now, but
Always, he does this.
yeah.
He's been doing it for months. Kind of hints at it. Hints at it. And then he's like, no, but I don't want to talk about it. Like, dude, we all know. And Real Sickness says to wife, dude, I hate you, bro. Yes.
It does look like I am going to move. And this lease ends this month. If I can come up with the money to move. There's the whole thing, dude. Oh my gosh, bro.
I generally feel very sympathetic for people who for poor people who don't have money, but him not having money and see like it's like I have to scrounge up pennies to move. It's just satisfactory because he deserves every bad thing that has ever happened to him.
There's going to be a whole thing. There's so much stuff in here. It's like a 2-year lease is like long enough to get comfortable there. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. So anyway, I am, however, looking at that as like, okay, like fresh starts, fresh start. I'll let you guys know more, but I'm kind of holding off. Still decisions to make here and there, and it ends at we have till the end of this month. So
Come on,
God always like pulls me through, so we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Nah, I don't think God pulls you through. You just it happens. I don't think God likes you very much. God doesn't exist, but if God exists, not a fan of Witsit.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys think. I do kind of. I want to start doing the freestyle thing again, where I would just like
No,
and then freestyle based on words people gave me. I think that's
no. You do not have the skill to freestyle. You suck. You suck. You're not musical. You can't keep time. Your rhymes are shit because your vocabulary sucks. No. No.
it's funny.
God got pissed. Cat got pissed that I was yelling. No, I wasn't yelling at you. I wasn't yelling at you. It's okay. I'm sorry.
Not really funny. I think it's kind of cool. Like, who cares? You know, mess up. It's just a freestyle. I don't claim to be like some super dope rapper or something.
You're not even a rapper. No.
So yeah, I might start doing that. So anyway, I'm just letting you guys kind of get an idea of the vision here. I do plan on.
Lol, big freestyling, ginger gangster rap, the genre. Humbly, bro, he will crush you in freestyle. Look at his drunken freestyle in Punta Arenas. I heard that live, and I never wanted to be deaf ever in my life. And that moment I was like, yeah, if I just lost my hearing now, I would be okay with that. That's how bad he was. Emma says, now we know why El Gato is always attacking Max. Who wins? Nitwit and his freestyle, or Eric Dubé and his Kendrick Lamar style? Can I suck the tail end of a shotgun instead rather than make that choice?
On like regularly streaming, probably like longer durations of streaming. We'll see how it goes. You know, maybe 3. The thing is though, if I'm gonna do like 3, 4, 5-hour streams, then I can't start at 9:30. 9:30, dude. 3 hours at 12:30. I'm trying to like wake up more.
Yeah, how is that a problem? We say you don't work. You could stream all day. What's it? You don't work. No, fuck.
What else is going on around you?
Why do I fail like this? So I was at 204. Oh, okay.
Who you're letting have access energy to, or like access to you, or letting their energy be around you now. For me. So anyway, I don't want to talk about that right now, but a month. Oh my gosh, bro.
Real Signal says he runs like 5 businesses, bro. I'm sorry, but one X is not enough, so I'm going to press both X's to doubt.
There's going to be a whole thing. There's so much stuff in here. It's like a fresh start. I am, however, looking at that as like, okay, like fresh start, fresh start. I'll let you guys know more, but
Sunflower, you've done this a bunch of times. Like, seriously, no one cares what you have between your pants. Like, seriously, dude, are you drunk again? Are you having a problem with alcohol? Do you need help? Because this is getting out of hand. Like, no one cares about your dick, dude. And the last two times that you freaked out on stream, then you came back the next day. I'm sorry, I was drunk. Like, dude, just sit down, evaluate your situation. Maybe you have a problem. Maybe you should stop drinking. Or if you actually have that that problem, maybe go to therapy. Because but here you're not going to accomplish anything here by saying that, okay? And I'm genuinely worried about the situation right now, Sunflower. Like, so please.
I'm kind of holding off. Still decisions to make here and there, and it ends at we have till the end of this month, so we'll be all right. I want to start doing the freestyle. Not really funny. I think it's kind of cool. Beats and then freestyle based on words people gave me. I think that's funny. Not really funny. I think it's kind of cool.
All right, I'll tell you an anecdote. I'll tell you a little anecdote about that to get a little palate cleanser from the derp. here we have some people on the bus that actually do that, and they go on the bus and they freestyle. So the guy was going by requesting words from people, and I told him no thank you, and he insisted, come on, give me a word. So I gave him a word. I gave him a word that is unrhymable, esternocleidomastoideo in Spanish, which is the a muscle in the neck. And he's like, but what? He's like, yeah, dude, I told you I didn't want to participate. You forced me to participate, then rhyme esternocleidomastoideo. And he was like mumbling some stuff. It's like, okay, if you don't want to that word, then maybe rhyme parallelepiped. Or you can just ignore me and go away. I was I was in a bad mood that day, and I said, no, thank you. And he insisted. So, yeah, if you insist, a real sickness, third world issues, real talk, man. Real talk. I'm generally nice to people who go, you know, singing or sometimes they sell little stamps in the bus at will. They don't have a price. You just give them a coin and they'll give it to you. And I usually give them if I have something spare, but I was fuming that day and I said no. And yeah, I just couldn't help myself.
Cool. Like, who cares? You know, mess up. It's just a freestyle. I don't claim to be like some super dope rapper or something.
You're not even average.
So yeah, I might start doing that. So anyway, I'm just letting you guys kind of get an idea of the vision here. I do plan on like regularly streaming, probably like longer durations of streaming, 5-hour streams. Trying to like wake up and work out real early, then it's like, that's rough. So I don't know, 9:30, dude, 3 hours at 12:30. I'm trying to like wake up and work out real early, then it's like, that's rough. So I don't know if I start earlier. Maybe I start earlier. I start my streams at like, I don't know, 8. But I was largely planning those times around like the girls' bedtime. So
they're no longer with you though. So why do you have to plan around their bedtime?
Wait, what? Freestyle? Yeah, back in the day, I would like just we cool wits. I mean, okay. Resources come from unexpected sources.
Leo says he got the dope part right.
And make your move easy and hassle-free. Blessings. Thank you, Gail. Thugans, $10 on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. Let's check it out. No message, but thank you.
Come on.
YouTube takes 30%. Crazy. Crazy.
They take 30%, but they also give you the platform to stream to the whole world for free. So yeah, it's a high percentage compared to some other kinds of stuff. But what a whiny bitch that you are, dude. Like, seriously.
But they're good to see, brother. Thank you, man. You know what I was thinking about doing is like just the little TTS or whatever it's called. I think it's TTS, right? Just playing the super chats at like the end of the thing, the end of the stream, or periodically, or letting them come through live and speaking out loud. I mean, I don't know.
What is he even doing? Oh, here we go. Ansar in the side chat. Austin, have you looked into Islam? Oh, this is going to be so good. Isa, are we ready? Are we ready?
We're 100% ready. Let's rock and roll.
All right, cool. Austin, have you looked into Islam? Yeah, quite a bit.
No, you haven't, you filthy liar.
Islam is that it is wildly and widely misrepresented in the West. And it's just very interesting to see some.
Finally, one fact that he has said. Yeah. Yes, Islam is misrepresented in the West. Correct. I don't believe that you have a fair representation of Islam, Witsit. I don't have much love for Islam, but as Isa can attest, I have put in the effort to learn some of the actual things that they believe. So
that's true. That's fair.
Some people that hate the Messiah be considered like closer friends to Christians or more aligned to Christians than Muslims when they recognize Yeshua as the Messiah.
No, they don't. No, they don't. See that I called it. I called it. You don't know nothing about Islam. Jesus, Isa, in Islam, is not the Messiah. He's a prophet, like all the other prophets. That was quick. Second claim he makes about Islam, he's completely wrong. And of course, Isa, am I correct in what I just said about the view of Jesus in Islam?
Well, it's debatable. If you're talking about like at the end game, there is a similar kind of story as the Christians that Jesus will come back and he'll fight the Dajjal, the Antichrist. So, but it's a different kind of, I would say.
Yeah, but it's eschatological.
It's eschatological. Yeah, the concept of Messiah, I think for the Christian is like he's the savior that like now at the time. But I would say where Muslims and Christians converge is basically Jesus is going to come back and fight the Antichrist.
Mm-hmm.
So that futuristic narrative is the same. But
that part.
The point is true that he is a prophet. That he's like a
prophet.
He's a Rasul. He's a messenger, and
Rasul Allah.
Yeah, he's Rasul. That's right.
And recognize his divine birth, but Islam is wrong.
He's like, yeah, he's a Messiah. Jesus is a Messiah. He comes from a divine birth, but Islam's wrong. It's off.
Great argument. Great argument.
This is probably my favorite part of the video. When I was listening, I'm like, oh, yeah, got it.
Yeah, he managed to trigger all of you, like, right, your Jewish heritage and then your Muslim heritage, your care for people heritage, all of it.
Yeah, all of
Emma
it.
says, gotta leave, have fun, kid. Thank you so much for dropping by, Emma. Love you.
About major things.
He literally attacks everything.
And Muhammad was...
Yeah, everything he doesn't like is fake and gay. That's kind of a summary.
Visited by who? A demon? Someone portraying themselves as an angel of light?
How can someone oh my! I was going to say, how can someone portray themselves as an angel? That's impossible. Emma gifted 10 Yerba Mate Talks memberships. Emma, thank you so Thank you so much. And let's see who she hit. There we go. Andrew Johnston, Cole S, Brother Grief, Omnivore, Orion Cooper, Sarcasm Level 1000, Carlos, Jason Hyatt, 3Ron, and Catholic My Balls. Catholic My Balls. That is a great name. Nick Carey for $5 New Zealand tells him, love the 1 hour lectures you started giving before TFE.
I'm pretty sure Muhammad didn't resurrect. This is 600 years after Yeshua. And you want to come and tell me that the scriptures are tainted and not legit, and now we just have to rely on Islam?
Well, no. As we do here, the Muslims that claim that the previous scriptures are corrupted are wrong. They do not have an actual basis on the Quran to make the claim that they made. And we saw that very clearly in the debate between David Wood and Daniel Pikachu. That is just not the case. Again, Witsit, you're talking out of your ass about things that you do not know. And if you're going to say that the Quran has some correct things, then you need to take the claims that the Quran makes at face value. So Muhammad was visited by the angel Jibril. And that's what the book says. He might have felt that that it wasn't him, and that there's a story there about how he didn't think that it was Angel Gabriel at the beginning, and then there's a confirmation until he actually, accepts it and that kind of stuff. And we do have a little bit of the problem of the satanic verses, but then you can't just say that it was someone appeared to be an angel. That makes absolutely no sense.
Islam, but in the Quran, it refers to even the Gospels as being legit, revere the people with a good book, and says that it's in line with the Torah, but now they're claiming that the Torah is gone, and just the Quran is uncorrupted.
Some Muslim apologists are claiming that. That's not Islam. That's a Muslim apologist that's trying to make a defense to, because they believe in a literal narrative that isn't even in a historical context. So, yeah, it's not Islam that's making that claim. It's apologists who have a certain agenda. It's certain people who have an agenda. That's it.
Yeah. And people who are not very good at building an argument, at constructing an argument, because if the previous scriptures are false or incorrect, or they're not connected to Islam's narrative, everything falls apart. So Islam needs the previous scriptures to actually be correct, because otherwise there's a whole lot of problems, right? So yeah, it's not Islam that makes the claim, which is people like you who just make bad arguments out of everything.
Which is just a claim. And there are multiple versions of the Quran as well. And even within their scriptures, it talks about Yeshua doing superior things to Muhammad. It's not even close. And he's not just referred to as a prophet, as some people say. He's the Messiah.
No, you're wrong. In the eschatological sense, after the world ends, kind of a thing. Yeah, but no, he's not the Messiah. Not the Messiah. No, just making the blanket statement, I don't think it's correct. You need to make the precision. Mike says, "Oh, holy shit, you're still live." Yep, we're going to finish it. We just have about 30 minutes left. But Isa's hanging out. He's in bed rest. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so what the hell?
And it claims that he was taken off the cross and not actually crucified. So,
no, wrong again.
That's the Ahmed position. That's the Ahmed position.
Yeah, but the Quran says that it was made to appear to them as if he was crucified, but he was not taken down from the cross. He was just never in the cross. How is it that he gets everything wrong all the time? It must be a great effort to just be wrong all the time. Going to get water. Be right back.
Yes, I have looked into it. It is misrepresented. Again, recognizing Yeshua as a Messiah, that he will reign as king, being the Messiah, and that he was born to a virgin. There's some pluses. You get thumbs up for that. Definitely better than claiming Yeshua is burning in excrement and semen.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Super triggered.
Oh, that's a misrepresentation of the Talmud.
Yeah. And again, if it the reason why you have such a difference is that some of the claims that the Talmud makes, we can't deny that the claim that Jesus is burning in poop is actually there. We can't deny that. But that's because you have a religion being kind of taken over by another religion. So of course you have the hesitancy. You want to take it to the Christian, for example, the book Against the Heresies, right? That talked about, made arguments against the Gnostic Christian position and a bunch of other, the Marcionites, and this idea that Jesus was kind of like a sex cult which is it's a little bit basis, but there were the Marcionites going around saying that it was kind of a death. I don't remember exactly the details right now, but that it had to be about that it was something about sex and some kind of. We can talk about that some other time. I'm just loose on the details at this precise moment, and a bunch of other heresies, right? So even in the Christian world, you have the exact same thing about internal struggles and fighting, and then you have Christian arguments against Islam when Islam came forward into the world. You also had theological argumentations against Islam, and Christians saying that Muhammad was possessed by the devil and that, all that kind of a thing. It's not exclusive to Judaism. You're such a hypocrite with it, like such a hypocrite.
Oh. Focus on debating Zios, team up with Nick, Tuck, Candace, and Fight Back Podcast. If you debate Zios and on the right side, you'll go big. Maybe. I did think about just debating other topics like that.
Oh, please do. I would like to debate you on the fluoride. Look, I literally accept any debate that you want. I'll even take a position that I don't hold just so to exercise. Please stop running away from me, please.
What are our best answers for the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? I mean, I've seen someone use like a dome and then replicate that as the sun goes in a circle over top of the.
Yeah, that's Joe Hamby. That doesn't work, and you know it. That does not work, and you know it.
Flat Earth, and on the outside, the sun does the opposite in little circles staying up, and it follows.
And that contradicts your claim that the lights are inside the dome, stupid. And also, Joe Hamby's camera was outside the dome. Oh, Witsit, you're so easy mode. Witsit, I could out debate you while in a sugar coma.
Whatever observer all on the outside. So that is one of them. Some people trying to explain bipolar ideas, I don't know.
Bipolar.
There's an apparent optical.
Bipolar is even stupider than flat Earth because that requires Pac-Manning. Waka waka waka. Oh, maybe you should call it. I know. Maybe if you call it Shakira Earth, Waka Waka Earth, maybe you'll get more people because Shakira, she pulls. She pulls. Yeah, the coffee cup. Someone drank the coffee because maybe the cup broke. That's why it hasn't come up anymore. But yeah, coffee cup caustic. That one is so gone.
Cool position. It makes a lot of sense. This is how I was explaining it, where it's like people think it's like so crazy to think it could happen on a flat Earth, and I don't. I think if you're on a plane and then there's like a dome, which is a hemisphere.
Yeah, the problem is that you were in Antarctica, the place where the dome would be the closest, and the dome was nowhere to be seen ever. So yeah, good appeal to possibility. No, Kat, me vas a romper el cuadro. Sorry, Kat is fighting with the green screen. Holy shit. And you see remember, I have a painting there. He dropped the green screen stand directly on the painting. Did it break? No. Okay. Sorry.
Is if you start to go out towards the end, right? What happens to the hemisphere is starting to come down. So as you look up in the sky through that dome hemisphere, and it starts to curve down, well, you could take the way that sky looks as it curves down and claim that the ground is curving down.
What? Still CD. Yes, I know I'm off. I'll show you. Give me just a second. ¡Basta! ¡Cat! Deja esto quieto.
So you can reverse engineer a spherical ground claim by looking at a hemispherical.
And you talk about fallacies and all that stuff. With you're so dumb. You're so dumb. You say you can make a claim about the shape, the curve of the ground because of the dome. How dumb are you?
Sky. And as you get further and further outside, what's going to happen? It's going to keep curving down, 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 down. And then this equator, well, you would get to the point where it starts to go down, right? And then as it starts to curve down, and it has this transitional place, that's how we would actually set up the arbitrary positions, such as the equator. It's not entirely arbitrary, right? Arbitrary has a lot to do with some position and stuff. But so the point is that we don't actually see in like Euclidean straight perfect lines, the way that still, this like archaic misrepresentation is still propagated in academia today. It's really stupid. We don't.
Imagine that. Academia propagates an idea that Witsit doesn't like without any reason. Yes, Witsit, we see in Euclidean space. Just because our eyes are curved doesn't mean that they generate the curve of the Earth, because that would mean that we would never see straight lines ever. And I'm looking at the edge of my notebook, and that motherfucker is pretty straight.
Don't see in perfect straight lines. Provably, we don't see in plane Euclidean geometry as is claimed, because you can look at railroad tracks, which are parallel and straight. And if we saw in parallel straight plane geometry, then we looked at parallel straight railroad
Perspective, dumbass.
tracks, they would remain that way, but they don't. They appear to converge, which means the way that we see the world and perspective differs from plane geometry. And so now we have what? Some type of curved visual space. Okay. Well, we're looking in the sky, trying to make claims, and in order to claim it's a globe, we have to claim we see in perfect straight lines infinitely, but we don't see that way. So we see in curved visual space. Now, what does that mean? Okay.
You have no idea how we see. We know exactly how we see. And I've said this countless times. We understand refraction and vision so well that a doctor can literally carve your eye out with a laser so that you don't need glasses anymore. You stupid fuck.
Okay, we can't see forever. Things begin to converge and compress. So it's just that we have curved visual space, and that we view things in the sky, and there's celestial optical phenomena within that curved visual space relative to our position. We have a limit to our perspective, what people call like a personal dome. We have curved visual space and a limit, and
none of that exists. The personal dome of derpitude does not exist. When I debated Chris and Nathan Thompson, Chris told me the azimuthal grid of derpitude, bro. And I told him nowhere in the literature of optics does that exist. And he pulled up a book that was talking about the azimuth grid in which we map out the celestial sphere. And number one, I said in the literature of optics, I was talking about. And second, that is talking about an azimuth grid in which we map the celestial sphere. It's not talking about an azimuthal grid of derpitude like you idiots are talking about. Spec says azimuthal grid and you misspell derpitude.
we have a hemisphere over top of us, in my opinion. In my opinion, obviously, I've never gone outside of it,
In your uninformed, uneducated opinion. An uninformed, uneducated, moronic opinion. That's a progression.
Anyway.
There.
Something about Dubé. I don't trust it. Seems like Dubé super sketch to me. You know what super sketch is? That he tried to pretend that he caught me faking going to Antarctica. That's pretty lame.
It sucks when your little tribe gives you a bunch of your own medicine, doesn't it? You do not like suppositories, do you?
That's what you need to do. I'm not the only one that feels it too. Your skills are intended to break the lies. We can all see what lies you need to focus on. I definitely don't shy away from that topic and do agree it's very important. It's becoming saturated, but yeah. All right, I'm getting kind of tired. I love you guys. So Ever Fasting community, I will drop the link. Look, the offers page I'm about to drop is going to be super plain and boring. Okay, because I haven't actually set it up. So it's just the default. But obviously you purchase there, you'll get access. You can create a username, a login, all that. You were the VIP at the summit, you already got access. I'm going to create a whole package, by the way, if you want to get like that summit and then go ahead and pre-order the next one. We'll do all kinds of things and I'll announce them or whatever. But so I don't want to right now. I don't want to make a promise at when I'm going to stream again, but I do plan on regular streaming. It's just like tomorrow Shabbat. I don't know if I want to stream on Shabbat, so we'll see. Right? Maybe I'm not going to make a promise about that, but I am going to regularly stream. I can say this: how I said I was going to start regularly streaming. I thought I was about to come back the last time I streamed, and I didn't, and that's happened like a couple times. I know for a fact I am now, 100% facts, like 100% facts.
The next stream after this was the Omegle one. Lovely, lovely.
So it actually is different this time, but I can totally understand why someone would think it's not, and I don't blame you, right?
Oh yeah, because you lied countless times before. People don't believe you. Oh.
Like you just I'll just show you, but 100% different. You know, decisions have been made. Now there's like a consistency and a reliability that wasn't previously existent, and 100% I will be streaming consistently. Now this month will get pretty heavy.
I don't know if you got it, but hold on.
You know, decisions have been made. Now there's like a consistency and a reliability that wasn't previously existent. And
that wasn't previously existence. I love that. And this motherfucker says that I have a speech impediment. He can barely speak his native language.
100% I will be streaming consistently. Now, this month will get pretty hectic, and I'll have to start moving things out, and I'll have to start trying to figure out what I'm doing. And it's, you know, if I can come up with a lot of money that I don't have to do that.
Oh, yeah. Please, sir, can I have some more?
Obviously, there will be. I'll like move this stuff out last, and I'll try and keep streaming till the very end. Obviously, there'll be a transitional period, and obviously, you know, I'll have times where I'm really busy having to do that. And like, you know, there's a ton of stuff here. You know, I'm gonna try to like see if anyone will buy some of it, and I'm on like a really tricky position because it's like I don't want to say too much, obviously, but I can't just like I can't jump on a live stream and be like, "Hey guys, you want to come to my house and buy my stuff?" Like, obviously, right? I regularly get death threats and stuff. So lots going on. But anyway,
he will have to move back to his mommy's house. Love that. Not to do with this video, but what the hell happened to the recent Karen debate? The video has like 280 comments. The engagement is through the roof. I mean, the Karen happened. Everyone wanted to get a little piece of her. Get this. She found me on Discord and went off the rails and basically told me a bunch of times to KYS and that kind of a thing. And then she was calling me liberal, and I got tired of her being wrong. And I was like, I'm not liberal, I'm a communist. And then she went off. And I was like, but I don't pretend you to even understand what I am because you're probably politically illiterate. And then she was like, I'll debate you on politics. And he's like, girl, I'll never debate you again. There's basically no point in talking to you. You're just a disgrace of a human being with a trucker hat and saying like Aldebaran, 40,000 racist things in 12 minutes. Exactly. That's all she can do. She can insult me. And there's no value in talking to that person again. It was fun for the lulz one time, but yeah. And I did notice that it's super crazy, and I love it.
tomorrow morning, as of now, I set that up tentatively, like 11 a.m. Eastern Saturday mornings, but like that doesn't have to stay that way. Because again, it is Shabbat, but it's like we're just talking about like what we're eating and chilling and stuff. So I may not keep it like that. I may move it to Sundays, which is like the first day of the week. I don't know. I'm gonna get feedback, kind of see how everything goes. But so we're gonna have weekly meetups within that community for like an hour, kind of like a whole plan. And then there'll be spontaneous video calls, and there's a bunch of different chats and posts. Like there's like social feeds within there and general chats and all this stuff within the community. It's pretty cool. There's some things that I've been creating but haven't like made. I'll go ahead and edit the description to put I'll put this link here. But like I said, it's just gonna be a generic filler page.
Yeah, because you're a grifter, and you're so lazy to grift that you didn't even finish the website, dude.
But if you do actually get it, it'll give you access to the community, and I'll fix it. I'll actually try to design it real fast before I go to sleep.
Huh. Let's check. He still hasn't edited. This stream happened on August 1st. So 8 days ago, he claimed he was going to fix it, and the website is still in the same shambles that it was before. He does you can pay. That part he did put correctly, but you have no idea what you're buying. There's no info. The website is all the website is blank. It has nothing.
But I'm a one-man show, man. So, I'm trying to do if this, if we can get the community popping off good enough and whatnot, and I can figure out.
Spoiler alert, you won't. Even your idiot audience is not that idiotic to get health advice from you. Oh, and still CT, yes, people haven't got their orders for months either. Yes.
Yeah, how to make this like a primary thing. I'll do it all the time. That's what it is. The email said Sundays at 10 a.m. Okay, if it then that's even better because that's what I want it to be, actually, Sundays. I'll say this.
Dumbass doesn't even know when he set up his community thing. It takes a monumental effort to fail at this scale.
Right now, if it says, because I may have changed it after the emails went out, I don't think so, but say it is Saturday right now, I'll change it to Sunday. So we'll do that. But you're in Texas,
God, the microphone, leave it
cool.
alone.
It's been nice to hear from you the last couple of days. Informative as always. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you. Oh, there's a few more. Let's see here. Love the 1 hour lectures you just started giving before TFE. Oh, I just talked for like an hour. I don't remember. I have to look back. But yeah, thank you, Nick, for support. Love your work. Witsit. Have suspicions about what's been going on with you from whispers on the internet. When you're ready, would love to hear reflections on things for those going through similar. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna be.
How many fails in one video? Can we get a counter? I forgot. I forgot to do it the first time. I forgot to do it this time. But yeah, I'll make a mental note that when we cover Witsit, we just put a fail counter because that's just wild. I remember the audit NASA had a consultation section, only 250 for 30 minutes. What a bargain. He must have been booked solid.
Open about everything. It's just not the time to do it. I think the people that know me, like, they know that, look, for one,
I don't know you, and we all know because we all saw you. We all saw your arrest report when you spat on your wife. We all saw the video that she's secretly recording when you hit the couch. We know everything. You don't have to be coy. Just come out and say it. Yeah, Kai left me.
There's a reason why I haven't been, all over the internet.
Because you are sad. The only woman that would ever love you left. So you have nothing now, and you probably never get any again. I don't know, maybe go into monastery, and that will potentially fix it.
And yeah, a bunch of the whispers are just nonsense, frankly, and people run their mouth about things and they have no idea what they're talking
about. Okay, wait. Oh, hold on. I need to go to the other one because it doesn't let me get the link there. Give me just a sec. Where is my stream? Oh, here. Copy link. Let's see what we have here. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Yes. Yes! Yes!
And I prefer the method of always kind of taking the high road with things if possible.
Wait? Spitting on your wife is the high road? Dan says, where is Katie? I think they left to watch a series. I think Peter said.
And I would like to think that people, people either like know my integrity or they don't. And I know
you don't have integrity. Your integrity is zero.
There's a good amount of people that know that my behavior has some type of reasonable justification or
there is no reasonable justification to spit on your wife or to advance towards her and then hit a couch. There is no justification whatsoever under any circumstance ever.
Reasoning behind it, and that there's something that people just don't know, or stuff that's happened. There's all kinds of stuff that's happened. And some people ended up finding out, like, oh my gosh. So be it,
that kind of leads me to think that she did actually cheat on him. I don't know. Guess we'll see. So far, what I can tell that I know almost for sure is that she fucking left. And that's it. Well, guess we'll see the details.
For those who, for example, for the people that are just like real quick to run with
the real signals with a Glober, mind you. Yes.
A bunch of gossip and makeup stuff and like slander me and talk crazy about me. Like, well, they didn't. I mean, they never have it back anyway, right? Like, I'm not really tripping.
Well, I mean, you are really tripping. You are really tripping because you look at how hurt you are that you're talking about it. When shit doesn't affect you, you don't talk about it. That's kind of how it goes. Dan says, even if she didn't cheat, he will play the victim card and say she did to shift the burden of blame. I agree.
I will explain things. Like, I want to get through this month. I've been holding off to finally get through this lease. 9 a.m. Central for you? Okay, maybe it is set to 10 a.m., which is crazy. That's 7 a.m. Pacific. That's why I thought I was going to change it to 11. But
David, Ham Radio Electronics. Why make us wonder? I support you, but some of the gossip is quite believable. Yeah, because we have the receipts. We have his arrest report from when he spat on his wife. We have the video of the other thing.
We'll do Sunday. If it's already been emailed and sent out, we'll just keep it. And then we'll get feedback. If people think it's too late, we'll do later. Too early, we'll do later. Next time. Nicholas, thank you for the $10. Charlie, thank you for the $20.
Dan, I was thinking the exact same thing, Dan. No ham operator, radio operator is a fucking flirt. I agree.
Great job, fam. It's a great stream, even though I don't think our true creator has anything to do with the Bible. Agree or disagree, but thank you for the support. All right, we didn't get to the freestyle thing, but it's all good. I'm going to have to figure this out. 9:30, it was 2.5 hours. I get tired because if I'm getting up super early to work out, then...
you get tired in 2 hours of streaming? What a pussy. Dude, I did 24 hours like it was nothing.
Anyway, lots going on that I have to figure out. Lots of kind of like stress and pressure and anxiety. So prayers appreciated. And...
yeah, because prayer's really gonna help. Canadian Space Advocate said, thank you for not freestyling. I agree.
Crazy financial stuff everywhere. So prayers.
That's what happens when you don't work. Imagine that.
Appreciated for that as well. But yeah, I have faith. Somehow I've managed to get this far to where we're at the last month. So somehow everything's going to work out. All right, cool.
I thought he was going to undo one of his buttons there. I mean, maybe the only thing he will have left to do is to do OnlyFans. But with with such low stamina, I don't think he will make it. Can you imagine? Witsit's OnlyFans?
A lot of people will know more soon, and a lot of people that are like kind of members and stuff, I'll let you guys, like the people that are members and go to a private stream, they'll know first some of the stuff, right? Because like I want to be transparent. You have to understand there's reasons why. It's not just like it's never something like I don't want to talk about it because I'm embarrassed, or like that's just not.
I mean, that's exactly this.
That's not the reasoning at all. Like, because I don't care. Like, I'm a human. I go through things. Like, whatever. I also make mistakes. Like, life isn't perfect. It gets.
This whole stream is one gigantic mistake. You had one fact, the whole stream.
Life can be messy. I'm not like trying to portray some like amazing, perfect life or anything like that. Like it.
You're lying again, bud. That's exactly what you try to portray yourself. And now that's what you did in the past. And now, after TFE, you're in the victim role because that's all you have left.
I have to learn things as well, sometimes the hard way, maybe. And I think that people need to see the authentic, real situation anyway. And I think I'm in a position actually to give pretty decent advice about certain things.
No, that is incorrect for every topic that has ever existed. No one should ever get advice from you, ever, about anything.
Certainly now. So the reasoning behind me being absent or not talking has nothing to do with some of the stuff people have been saying. Has nothing to do with what people would maybe think, what you would maybe do in my position or whatever. Like, it's nothing to do with that.
I would never be on your position because I would never spit on my wife or my couple or anything like that.
So
you
shall soon find out more of the specifics.
Can't wait. All right. I think this is just 15 minutes of pointlessness, I guess. Houston calling Isa. Are you there? Can you read me? Did Isa fall asleep? Should I yell very loudly to see if I can wake him up? No, that would be mean. He needs to rest. All right. So that was it for the saga of Yatzee Witsit. Witsit fails at everything would be, remember that series, Clarissa Explains It All? If it was Witsit, it would be Witsit fails at everything. Real Sickness says, humility is non-existence. Humbly. I agree. Humbly, bro. And we do have this icon in honor of our good friend Witless, the wife spitter. And my bro, my humble bro, NASA Security Force says, Max the GOAT. Thank you, good sir. Thank you so much. I humbly accept your salutes. Thank you, buddy. All righty. I was going to give Isa some final thoughts, but I'm glad. For those of you who were worried about Isa kind of falling for a little bit for the charms of Witsit, that spell is starting to break. And I did send this privately to Isa because I knew that it would have the effect. I did apologize because it would be hard. I mean, it's always hard to hear someone just discriminating, your ethnicity for no reason. But yeah. It's proving time. Humbly, bro. Oh, yes.
So, can you explain to me about the?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Can you explain the hiding of the what is it called? The ethnicity. What was that about? I'm confused about that.
About what I said just now? What do you mean? Sorry.
I think you were talking about the kind of
Oh, when I sent you this, that you told me that it would be hard. I mean, I knew it would be hard, but I think that it was important that you saw some of this, right? That's what I said. That I knew that it would be hard because he was bashing Jews, and that's part of your ethnic heritage, right? That's
right.
what I.
Got it. Exactly. Got it.
That knows best. How is Isa's GoFundMe? Has he hit the target yet? Not yet, but it's going really well. The link is in the description of the video, but we can do a little check-in there. Yes, just a second. Let me grab it. There we go. It's going well. It's going quite well. So yeah. Oh, Michael, I know this. Michael Cuarta, that is Mike from the Drunk Debunk Show, sent $20. Thank you so much, Mike. But yeah, it's going well. And there's the good thing about this is that there are here. It's very well put. There's plenty of updates on the situation and everything. We have some pictures. Look at Isa's mom. She's so cool. Look at her. What a wonderful smile. What a wonderful smile. Isa, send her lots of love for me. I know you will.
I sure will.
Tell her that she when I saw her smiling on those pictures, despite having, a broken hand and a broken ankle and that kind of stuff, I was like, wow, that she's a ray of sunshine. And I mean, no wonder you are the way you are. She seems like a wonderful person.
Yeah, she is, and I'll tell her.
NASA Security Force gifted 5 Yerba Mate Talks memberships. Thank you so much. I humbly thank you for this. And they went to Outlook Uncertain, Zebulon 181, Katie Markley, hell yes! Famous Potatoes, and Binge Thinker, woo woo woo! Good aim, sir. Thank you so much. All righty. Isa, final thoughts?
Oh boy. I think we maybe 10 to 15% of the video is what we really wanted.
Yeah.
We got a lot of other stuff. We went through it, we got it, but it was tough. It was a very tough video to go through.
I know. It was tough. It was tough for me, and he wasn't attacking me in any kind of meaningful way, but someone just denying one of the worst atrocities that ever happened to humanity is just it's infuriating. It's infuriating. And this is nothing. Everyone, tomorrow we have an after show. There's a debate between oh my god, La Raquel Wilson and the female prophet Malish. That is surely going to be good. It starts at 9 p.m. So the after show will surely start very late, but we're definitely doing that. And then on Sunday, Mike and I from the Drunk Debunk Show, we are tearing down Witsit trolling for underage people on a sort of Omegle app. You do not want to miss that. It's Mike and me, so I'm not going to pull any punches. It's going to be savage. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Isa, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. I'm glad that you're getting better. Glad that we can lend a little hand with the GoFundMe. Special thanks to the community. Special thanks to everyone who's lending a hand to this wonderful person that is my friend Isa. NASA Security Force said for $5, thank you so much, said, did anyone find out where the guns were in Antarctica? They're still missing. They are still missing. With that, before we go, make sure to do the social things, like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. It's always a blast hanging out with you. It's always a blast. Love each and every one of you. Enjoy the rest of your night. Take care. And we'll see you tomorrow and Sunday. Good night, all.